Anytime, write your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BUY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BUY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
It's 7 o'clock in St. Louis, and you are listening to TMA. Doug, that stands for the Morning After.
Yes, it does.
Presented to you by Brown and Croup, and welcome to the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkett, Alton Toyota. 7 o'clock hour, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Get involved in the show by texting in. Jackson, I noticed that the board says call dropped. Are you dropping calls? That's what it says. You see that, Doug, on board 2? There's 3 monitors.
Oh, I sure do.
The 2 Fox is permanently up on monitor 3, Martin.
There it is.
Like that.
Yeah, it is.
And monitor 2 just says call dropped. Sorry, couldn't get you back into the meeting. Make sure you have an internet connection and try again.
Oh, no.
So I assume that was for Jamie Rivers, who was doing the fast lane yesterday.
Automatically blames Rivers. That's
from Philadelphia. Well, he certainly wouldn't have been at fault. But
nice.
I don't think you meant that. Is there a thing going?
Yeah,
you and
Jackson
Rivers.
and
Is
Rivers
it
have a
really
little
a thing,
thing.
or is it a bit? Because I like the bits.
You like sketches or you like bits?
I got to be honest. Burkett and I are working on a lot of bits.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I don't feel good about it.
That's going to really piss off the TMA audience.
I know.
I'll let you know
like
which
bits.
thing will piss off which audience. It's like we have Republicans and we have Democrats, and we've alienated the entire electorate.
We're going for that what is it, Jill Stein vote?
Yeah, friend of the show. She's been on the show.
No, she hasn't.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Do you remember that, Doug?
Yeah, 2016.
That's exactly right. Look at you with the years.
Oh,
you
because
do
the
know the
Cubs
years.
in the World Series, is that why?
Well, it was an election year.
You had to have Jill.
She was running.
All the big folks. Everybody's doing Rogan. Jill Stein, what do you got? I'm on TMA.
Yeah, 9:20 a.m. in St. Louis. And she didn't wind up winning.
Yeah, which is a shocker to her.
The YouTube observers are noticing that Doug is dressed for Halloween. I'm dressed up as Little Red Riding Hood, but Doug is dressed up as the conductor. Martin, you like that? Look at that.
I didn't put it together, so it is Halloween.
It is Halloween, yeah. I saw the hat sitting over there. If you see a conductor's hat sitting in the studio, you wear that hat.
Are you collecting tickets?
Yes, it's kind of a salute to Tom Hanks and Polar Express and the brave men and women who punch tickets on Metrolink.
You got a little social commentary mixed into that.
They had a shooting again last night. You see that?
Oh, is that right?
On one of the buses, yeah.
I was up at 2:45 a.m. with the old alarms.
I saw you tweeting at like
What time?
11:30 or something.
Oh, yeah, when the Dodgers won.
Right.
Oh, yeah, that. Well, it's Fernando's birthday on Friday.
For the World Series parade, but then you're up at 2:45?
Didn't you hear the alarms? Did you guys
Hell
not hear
no.
the
I'm
alarms?
hopped up on so many pills, I don't know
Are
my
you
name.
serious? You slept through the tornado warning?
We went to
We had a
basement.
tornado warning?
Yeah,
Yes.
we were all in the basement.
Were you?
Yeah.
So was I, because that's where I sleep, because my 2-year-old's in bed with my wife.
Well, you were safe then. Don't worry about it. Doug, you were in the basement.
Yeah.
You have to. I mean, it was 2:45. Your phone goes zzz, like the Amber Alert.
Then you hear the sirens going off outside your window. You didn't hear that either.
No.
St. Louis County.
Hell no.
Yeah.
Tornado warnings
And you
at
go down,
2:45.
Go downstairs, you turn on the TV, and they say, well, it's not going to be a bad one. It looks like it could be a small one. Some tight rotation. It's not going to be a huge tornado if there is one.
You were probably locked on the 4 Fox. I actually flipped on. Actually, the TV was still on from the World Series. You get that great carryover. And Chris Higgins was on, and he was explaining the same thing. He said, if you're south of 64, I don't want you to worry right now. I was trying to decide, do you get everybody up and move them? That'll shoot the whole day to hell for the kids.
Oh, well.
Getting up at 3 a.m., but safety first. But he kept saying it was Cottleville, St. Peter's. He was watching it move in and said, this is one of those issued by the National Weather Service. I'm not too worried about this, so it kind of calmed me down at that point. That was at 3 a.m.
Martin, you want Jackson to kind of give you a TMA glossary here on this program, and one of the things that you need to be updated on, and our new friends at 101 ESPN need to be updated on, is there is a war between Webster Groves and Cottleville in our audience.
Oof.
Yeah.
Well, maybe Chris Higgins knew that because he was talking about Cottleville, and he did say, if you're in Webster or Kirkwood, you're okay.
That's where that comes from.
And then I think he winked and said, Timmy, sleep tight. He did.
And I was, and I just looked at my Whoop results from last night. Doug always liked to hear when I was in REM sleep.
Love to hear
I was
that.
in REM sleep at 2:30 last night, so I was.
So you weren't getting up.
I was gone. Yeah. A lot of pills.
Way to protect the family. He's out cold.
Yeah, in the basement while the 2-year-old, 7-year-old, and my wife were upstairs.
For my entire life, I could have never gone to the basement for any tornado warning and still be okay, but you never know when the next one might have your name on it. You can't fool around with that.
It was pretty jarring. It was, the phone goes, zzz, zzz, and you look and you're like, it's 3 a.m. It's the time of night when you kill bin Laden. And we got downstairs and turned on the TV, and everything's fine.
How often do you kill bin Laden?
No, that was a
It's
lot.
just a one-thing deal.
Matt Damon told a story on Letterman once, and he was talking about how it was the middle of the night, and he just said, and I don't know why, but he said, it's the time of night when you'd kill bin Laden. And I think
like that.
Letterman even said, like, what? So that kind of...
use it. Chairman Kurt, that's a T-shirt. We'll get that
Can you
one.
hear me good?
There it is. There's Vivian Azure, friend of the show. She'll be with us in the 10 o'clock hour. Also coming up on today's program, my keys are going to make sounds. Take a listen to that, Martin.
You're just now getting the tornado warning.
Maybe it's on a 6-hour delay. I can't get this thing to stop.
No,
Outstanding radio guy.
Okay, stop us, Joe.
I can't. It won't stop.
And they love it in St. Louis!
There's Joey Santaboni with a goal call. I can't for the life of me.
It's not a pager, is it?
That's what Doug and I heard
We're
at 3 in the
one-pagers.
morning.
I can't get the damn thing to stop.
I am going to need Frank Thomas at some point in honor of the Yankees last night.
Oh, yeah. Jackson, do you have to? Is it tougher to get drops on the 101 studio than it was in our little closet next to the Pissa?
Mets have nothing to hold their heads down for, except they didn't play that well, and they gave away this World Series.
Bang.
I think the Yankees...
2 seconds later,
I think
baby.
the Yankees could...
That was well done.
I just threw the damn thing over there.
Still going.
It is. Impressive. That's what happens when your 2-year-old takes your keys and you need a little place to find it. Text into the program, Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. Call in. Janet Martin, you missed Janet yesterday. Star of the show, friend of the show. 314-974-0101. Those are the numbers for Collier and Thompson. Polo from the Spanish language broadcast.
For sure, Asensio.
That's right. Polo Asensio texted me yesterday afternoon, and he goes, I love that you guys are taking live calls. And I say, God bless. And now Janet is a friend of the show. She defended St. Louis's honor against Charlotte, North Carolina.
In a big way. Yeah.
Hot topic. That's exactly right.
We didn't really compare the two. It was a reference to the Centene move, correct?
Right.
I believe so. And then Jackson wanted to force some Bobcats nostalgia on us.
Yeah. Kemba.
And she said all they have to do in Charlotte is to either go to the mountains or the beach, and that's about all that they have compared to all that we have
we've
here.
Got the riverfront.
Yeah.
The McDonald's boat?
That's not there
still
anymore.
going?
No,
It
isn't.
Move downstream.
People from St. Louis suck.
Okay, stop it.
Jackson's getting more comfortable with the drops.
Hey, we're better than Chicago.
Yeah, we are.
When Timmy's little sound was going off,
That's going to be a texter's name.
Timmy's little
What
sound.
was the text name? Timmy's little sound.
it reminded me in 590 at one point they did put in the drop board for the host, but it was a bit like learning to play the piano. So they would, if you wanted to, Rich Gould, remember when he said that, Doug? How funny that was? Oh, yeah, hold on. Hold on. And then like 30 seconds later, there's the drop. It's great radio.
Janet got the game ball for yesterday's show.
Thank you, Janet.
Maybe she'll be the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year.
Oh, I think she would be.
She's at least in the mix for the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month. You can go to tmastl.com and sign up. Great news. You can keep your anonymity. Doug would like to dox everybody.
I would. I'd like to hear government names.
But you can keep your anonymity, sign up, and then we get in a papal conclave. Berkey here will give us the finalists, and then Martin, you will have your first Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month vote, and that's got to be pretty exciting.
Kind of like getting a Heisman vote.
Yep. So
Only more important.
yeah,
clearly.
So from my standpoint, if Janet signs up, she is very live to win this thing. We are in the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. They're online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. And you are welcome to partake in the program in the YouTube chats. I understand the YouTube chats are kind of warring, the 101 ESPN YouTube chat and the TMA STL YouTube chat, that people go back and forth and they like run across to the other YouTube chat and they start stirring the pot and trying to cause chaos in the respective chats. But I see Tiny PP is in the TMA YouTube chat today, and that's a big win because, Martin, as you know, Tiny PP is one of the most powerful forces in YouTube chats in St. Louis.
Did Strauss invent PP Talk?
He did. He referred to TMA circa 2009 through 2014 as PP Talk. We almost renamed the show. So we are DBA PP Talk.
And when he would come on Fox 2, you had to beg him, but he wanted to be on the show, Sports Final. He'd say, what time's that puppet show anyway? And he would always call it a puppet show. And they'd say, okay, do I wear a tie to the... And he really wanted to do it right, but he had to act like he didn't want to be there. And when I referenced that at his funeral, puppet show, 3-4 months later, I see Ken Rosenthal at Cardinal Spring Training, and he just walks by and he said, puppet show. That's all he said. And I knew exactly what he meant.
You've said enough to get your rights holder merit badge.
Okay, Joe. Come on.
The Cardinals hand out rights holder merit badges.
Yeah, Jim Hayes had one.
Yeah, when he would come on, he would accuse the cat of having a rights holder merit badge.
I look forward to the cat's next media project for the next badge.
Mazzella called him Gloomy Gus. He'd
Yeah.
say, Joe, why so gloomy? And it is true that the typical Strauss lead to a story would be, despite a fractured clubhouse where players are feuding with the manager and free agents want to jump ship, this team somehow cobbled an 11-1 win over the Pirates. And it would be like, wait a minute, they won 11-1? But you had to get through all the fractious nature.
We will take your calls. We will take your texts.
Nobody's going to call in this early.
I don't know. I could see it. Now that people know that we take live calls, the phone lines light up. The issue is we don't know how to answer them and then get them on the air. But that's something that we're workshopping. And maybe there's the chairman. He's out there lurking to see the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. So here's what we got on the itinerary from the guest standpoint today. Jackson, why don't you tell the people, because you're hard at work booking guests.
We have Bernie Federko at 8:15.
Blues and Flyers tonight. Pregame here on 101 ESPN at 5 p.m. Let's see how these boys bounce back after two tough ones north of the border.
At 9 o'clock, we have Robert Thomas.
And that's a weekly thing.
Yeah, of the St. Louis Blues. He'll be joining us every week. Robert Thomas. 10:15, we have Chris Zimmerman, who's going to be talking about Amendment 2, sports gambling.
Has anybody seen any polling on that to give an indication where that's trending?
I have not. I have to believe it's going to pass easily.
That's what anyway. It feels like it's time,
right?
But it's been time.
But I don't know if, like in the more outstate portions of Missouri, that it might be deemed evil, and therefore will not trend well there.
I think the mayor of Kansas City had a tweet the other day, and instead of saying, I'm morally opposed, or I don't like that all the money's not going to schools, he said, it's this simple. Do you want folks gambling in our state to go across the river to Illinois, to go over to Kansas? If that's what you want, then vote no. If you want that money to stay here, vote yes. I thought that was a good way to simplify.
Yeah, that is actually. I agree with you.
They've had a real big marketing push in favor of it. And I'm not sure there's enough votes in southern Missouri to cancel out what's going to happen in St. Louis and Kansas City. Yeah. That's where all the votes are.
Can I ask a question about it?
I am taking questions. Doug, as the conductor, is not.
I'm not taking questions.
Why are the teams, what's in it for the Cardinals and Blues?
I agree with you. That's one of the things I want to ask Chris Zimmerman.
Yeah, because they are heavy advocates. They have been. They've been down to Jeff City and lobbied. I was told that they'd have these gambling booths inside the arena, inside the stadium, and then they get a cut of that. But how sizable is that? I
would think most people are just going to be betting on their phones.
I understand that. I'm curious why they're so passionate about it.
I would imagine there's a substantial boost in advertising revenue, but that's, relatively speaking, probably immaterial to their overall annual.
Isn't it already there, though? DraftKings and all that stuff?
I would imagine once present in Missouri, you will see an uptick. Similarly, I can speak to it when it was passed in Illinois, and you saw an uptick in the metropolitan area, and the thought process once it's in Missouri, it'll be even greater. So, I agree with you. I've wondered that. What Bill DeWitt III, Chris Zimmerman, and on the other side of the state, the angles are for the team. So we'll find out. We'll hear. And they talk about it like it's an important thing, too, to their businesses. So we'll find out. Chris Zimmerman at 10:15. Bernie Federko, again, coming up at 8:15. Robert Thomas, 9 o'clock. Blues and Flyers tonight.
Jackson, 9:30. I'm sorry.
Martin has a little thing called the surprise line.
Thank you.
Whoa!
What's that?
It's a guest.
Surprise.
It's a guest.
Oh. So you've gone rogue and you've booked a guest.
But clearly Jackson's against the idea.
Oh, is that right?
Well, you just rattled off who's on the show and you just glossed over that.
Unbelievable.
I went Chris Zimmerman.
What's going on here in this studio
You mentioned
today?
Everybody, but we'll have another guest.
No, but then after Chris Zimmerman, I was going to mention it. And then at 9:30, Martin has a big surprise.
Oh, you were going to. These are people you will know, but hopefully they get more and more random. That's my idea.
Oh, is that right? Huh. Rich Gould?
We know from the world of sports.
Well, I'm not taking questions.
No, I thought I wasn't.
You both aren't taking questions. I'll take the questions. Call in. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Eric in the Central West End says he's called in 3 times and nobody's answering. Oh. And Jackson, for the record, is attracted to Eric in the Central West End, even though they don't have a similar worldview. Jackson, of course, known as Libby Jack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but he's tall and he's a handsome man.
It's okay. That's not how we describe guys like our own age and your age anyway.
He's older than me.
Ooh,
not
you like an older man, bro?
I don't really judge on age. I try not to. Again,
so
open
like
heart.
If like a 70-year-old guy started hitting on you, you'd be open to it.
You know how I feel
December.
about Retief Goosen. So,
how do you feel about Goosen?
That's a man.
Oh gosh, what is this?
I can't even picture Retief Goosen, let alone spell his name.
Me and Tim saw him like a month ago.
We
2
played
months
in the
ago.
Ascension Pro-Am last month, and I go, Jackson, look over there on the tee box. It's Retief Goosen. And we stopped the cart so Jackson could take him in.
Well,
Metaphorically.
That was. I wanted to watch it. He was hitting the 3-wood. I wanted to see. I wanted to see his move.
Martin, would you know Retief Goosen if you walked in that door behind you? I wouldn't. I don't think I recognize him either.
2-time U.S. Open champ.
Nicely done. Nice show prep.
Just
very
dropping
nice.
some golf
Nice
knowledge on
show
you.
prep. All right. Hey, Martin, the World Series is over. You might be aware of it because you were watching it, and it wound up being a classic ball game. You shipped it with Jack Flaherty right when he imploded. I sent a text to our group text. Nice call on that one. But they are depressed in New York, as you might expect, after the way they blew a 5-0 lead with 2 outs in the 5th inning. And I got to be honest with you, if this were the Cardinals, I'd be pretty upset about it too. We'll talk about that. You'll hear a lot of reaction coming up as well. All of that to come. And then Bernie Federko, Robert Thomas, Chris Zimmerman, and then nonsense from callers and texters and the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today at 10:45, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. It's TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. It's a program that solicits your involvement, welcomes your involvement. Once your hatred, let it flow through your veins. Call in, come at us.
We're used to it.
20 years of it, Doug. Got a lot of calluses on my hands.
Yeah. We get kicked in the teeth and in the groin quite a bit. Daily basis.
That's right. And we welcome you to do it again. Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Air Comfort Service. Text line, 314-399-9646. And then Design Air, sponsor of the email today. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at 10:45. And what are the standings for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, Jackson? Because today is the last day of the month, so this is a critical moment.
JV Golf Coach has 7 wins. Buck Swope has 6. Ghost of Gangster Pete's hat has 4. So it's a 2. Anybody but Buck Swope wins means JV Golf Coach wins the month. If Buck Swope wins, that means tomorrow we have a showdown.
One-day playoff. Martin, are you going to stick around till 10:45 today to hear the...
No, I'm actually headed down to City Park City SC has a big announcement today. I think it's a new naming rights deal. I'm not sure.
Oh, wow.
So I got to run down. It is a thing. That's a thing.
That's a thing.
Yesterday I had a Zoom with a client, so there was a thing. Do I have to? Every day I will explain.
Yeah, we'd
the
like
thing.
that. Because we'd like to leave too.
Well, I will explain. You guys are the rights holders of this show.
No.
This is your baby.
It isn't.
It's best that you see it through.
I like the way I like that right there.
That's good. That's good phrasing.
He's management timber with words like that.
Chairman Kurt's on the phone, so that means we are getting a call.
Do we have human capital?
We have sound from New York last night as the Yankees fell in 5 games in a World Series that felt a lot closer than the actual result of the Dodgers winning 4-1. Jackson, what do we have here?
We have the final call.
Yeah.
The Dodgers winning it all.
All right.
Start the party, Los Angeles! Your Dodgers have won the World Series!
Okay, that was kind of brief. Wasn't a lot there.
Here's the LA call.
2-pitch from Bueller. Got him swinging! That's it! It's a World Series win for LA! They've done it! They finished the job and give Los Angeles the parade it's been waiting for!
That was a theme, the parade. Dave Roberts said you want a parade because in 2020
They didn't get
pandemic, they didn't get it. I didn't understand at first. They were all saying, you ready for a parade? I'm like, well, they all get a parade. They didn't get a parade in 2020.
Well, too bad.
But if you think of the Yankees, they could have, should have won game 1. They could have, should have won last night. If I'm them, I'm thinking about that.
Yes.
I mean, easily
100%.
Easily could have won the first one. Should have won last night. If you weren't watching, shame on you. It was on Fox. It was 5-0. Garrett Cole had a no-hitter through 4 innings and a 5-0 lead. Tim likes to gamble in game.
I do.
Did you throw any at that point? Like, oh, Yankees got this.
So help me, I wound up getting on a call last night, and I didn't have a chance to do it. My actual plan was to bet the Yankees before the game, and when I got off the call, the game had already started and they were already up, and I saw Flaherty was falling apart, as Martin Kilcoyne predicted here on this program. He only made it into the 2nd inning, right?
I have to say, I was a little off. I was too generous. I said 4 innings, 4 runs, and I said he wouldn't be good, but I didn't go harsh enough. People were tweeting, you called it. People were texting me at work and said, hey, you were almost right. But he only went an inning and a third.
And because they had the day off, if it would have gone to game 6, they could be a little more liberal with their bullpen. So that stands to reason. But he did give up Aaron Judge a home run in the 1st inning. They're feeling it in the Bronx. And all hell broke loose in the 5th inning. I mean, there's a 5-0 lead, 2 outs in the 5th inning, and it implodes for the Yankees. There's 2 plays that are getting the attention. The second one I don't think is as big of a deal, because if you're really watching that, and a bit of a baseball nerd as I am, you get why Garrett Cole isn't running over to the bag and why Rizzo isn't charging that ball. There was a bunch of spin off the end of the bat, so he couldn't charge that ball without risking booting it. But Aaron Judge's drop in center field was reminiscent of Matt Holliday and the Dodgers in 2009. That one is inexplicable. That's brutal.
Yeah, it was right at him. I mean, and I have not heard him say he lost it in the lights. I mean, there was a line drive sort of shot.
He took his eye off it. He was looking at the base runner to see if he had a chance to get the double play, I think. Right before it got to him, he kind of looked up to see where the base runner was. But I think if Garrett Cole covers first base, that's over. They get no runs. The Dodgers get 0 runs in that inning. All he's got to do is cover first base. I mean, that's the first thing they start practicing in spring training. I mean, the Yankees played that inning like a bad high school team would play. They gave the Dodgers 6 outs.
Yeah.
He was starting to run towards the bag. That's what I didn't get. He sprinted towards the bag, Cole, and stopped. I think he thought, well, Rizzo's
got it, and then he's going to charge it. Right, and that's exactly what happened. I mean, neither one was watching their post-game interviews, both Cole and Rizzo, and they both understood what happened. They weren't particularly, I don't want to say they weren't upset about it. They're upset about the loss, but I think if you're in that play, you understand why that play happened, even though if you're viewing that play, you're going, what in the hell are you guys doing? And the core issue with that is the ball's spinning like crazy. The Judge one, from my standpoint, is the domino that got it all going. And that's tough because, as you said, Martin, they should have won game 1, definitely could have won game 5, and were in the position to do so, and did win game 4. And so you're sitting there going, my God, they lose the series, but they could have been up 3-2 heading back to Los Angeles, and it's not like that big of a stretch to say it.
Now, there's always regret when you lose at that level, but when the Cardinals got swept at 04, they just got beat. They were sort of done. Maybe game one, you'd split some hairs. Oh, we could have won that game. But for the most part, you went into that offseason. Well, it just didn't happen. The Yankees are going to be thinking about game one and game 5 and thinking, we should be having a parade. We could have beaten those guys. We should have beaten those guys. I think that makes it a lot harder. I don't think the Cardinals felt that way in 04. Like, well, we just laid an egg, man.
And the Yankees had Judge was back. Obviously, had a home run and a double last night. If they win that game, maybe he's swinging the bat well again. I actually had the thought when the Yankees were up 5-0 in the 5th, I was thinking, if they can make it 7 or 8-0, I wonder if they take Cole out an inning or two earlier to have him in this game 7, and then that's why you don't think that way.
I wrote down in my little notes, I said, take Cole out early, thinking, could he come back in a couple of days? But I was thinking, what's the score? 5-0, not yet.
7 or 8 maybe.
Yeah, I would have done it.
A bunch of texts coming in. The Yankees' 5th inning looked like every inning of the fan page softball team. That's from Doug's prison wallet. Doug, I know you would go out and watch the fan page softball team.
Well, I guess I did once.
See, there you go.
They were better than the Yankees in the 5th inning.
Do you think Shohei made out with his new interpreter last night? That's from Eric in the Central West End.
Here we go.
The gentleman that Jackson is attracted to. And is he on hold?
No.
Sean? That's what I was told.
Sean, I don't know who Sean is.
Sean's on hold is what I was told.
I don't know.
That's not Eric in the Central West End.
Who's Sean?
I don't know. He said Eric, Central West End.
Chairman Kurt, you're welcome to come in. Why doesn't Chairman Kurt come in? Have you told him don't come in here? There's only one producer for this show?
No, not the case.
Chairman Kurt is in the studio. Doug, he's a chairman.
Maybe the guy's call-in name is Sean's on hold.
Who's Sean? Which one? Line 1 or 2?
It's so meta on the show.
Let's go line 2.
Okay.
Who's on there?
Line 2 is Paul from the wealthy part of West County.
Paul from the wealthy part of West County. At this program's core, it's always been a swinger's bulletin board with some stock tips sprinkled in. And Paul from the wealthy part of West County will give stock tips. I know there are a lot of large portfolios out there, and we're going to help you manage them this morning with some SEC violations. Good morning, Paul.
Good morning, gentlemen. Congratulations. I've been unable to listen to you except for on my phone because I didn't have 105.7.2. But our HD2. Sorry about that.
Okay.
I know you're talking sports, so I hate to vert you. But I was thinking, has TMA ever considered having a Halloween party? The reason I ask is, can you imagine the ridiculousness in the costumes that you would have at a TMA party?
Yeah.
Doug, you want to captain that project?
No, I am so pressed for time. I'm doing so much charitable work that I just don't have time to put together some kind of costume gala. Good idea, though.
I mean, half the crowd would be glory holes. The other half of the crowd would be people trying to have some sort of sexual relations with Doug.
Okay.
So it would be a fascinating thing.
I don't know that it would be.
Doug, does that intrigue you more now that you know what the
No. Why don't you put it together?
Well, I'm willing to. I could sponsor it.
Oh, all right. Now we got some momentum.
Here we go.
If we have revenue, then we have a conversation.
Maybe next year.
We got a trivia night. Isn't that enough?
Trivia night, St. Gabriel's, November 15th.
They come dressed up that night, I guess.
Yeah, St. Gabriel's.
It's a little late to do it for this year, but next year.
It's really late.
Okay.
It's Halloween today.
We'll reserve the bar. I will reserve the bar for next year.
Okay.
And you guys advertise it, and it would be a highlight of the year.
Okay. We'll think about that.
Okay, so this is my only tip for today. I didn't have a stock tip.
Okay,
stock tips?
we like
All right,
stock
thanks.
tips.
Okay.
Be upfront about that.
Well, Martin, one of the things that can happen on this program when people call in, the texters don't necessarily like this. Okay, go F yourself. You in your stupid-ass costume. That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood. I thought we got rid of that chode. Go play in a battery factory fire, Paul.
Battery factory fire.
That's a current headline reference. We had a fire down in Fredericktown yesterday.
Topical. Hey, Paul, dress up as a deer and go running around in the woods, you asshat, and that's from Sex. So that kind of gives you an idea of the feedback on Paul's idea from the audience.
They don't like it much.
Not as much as maybe you would have thought based on the delivery. Hey, Design Air is the sponsor of the email today. You can send in your emails with your thoughts on Paul's call the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Seth Goldcamp, fourth generation of Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at DesignAirService.com. Doug's a client. Martin's a client. I'm a client. The official HVAC provider of the three of us here on this program and who we work with. I've been working with Seth and his team now for close to a decade. Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling, a sponsor at TMA for a decade. That's exactly right. The longest running sponsor on the morning after. And we are grateful for his support and the support of the email of the day coming your way every day at 10:45 here on TMA. If you have any heating needs, go to DesignAirService.com. That's DesignAirService.com. It's Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling online at DesignAirService.com. Get involved on the program. As you hear, we're taking live calls on the show. 314-974-0101. Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. And you can listen to the podcast anytime you want. It's brought to you by Schaefer Door Company on the 101 ESPN app. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the 101 ESPN app. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Bernie Federko at 8:15. Robert Thomas, 9 o'clock. Chris Zimmerman at 10:15 on Amendment 2. I'm getting some polling data coming in on this.
Oh, how are you?
Yeah, I feel like I'm handling election night. So we got some polling data coming in on Amendment 2, and we'll have that for you on the other side of the break. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Dodgers overcome a 5-0 deficit and defeat the Yankees, winning the World Series 4-1. Final score 7-6. You got Blues hockey tonight as they take on the Philadelphia Flyers. You can catch that right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 5 p.m. Puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back to the Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are in our Munganest, St. Louis Acura, Munganest, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. It's a program that takes live phone calls and lots of texts as well. The phone line's brought to you by Collier and Thompson, 314-974-0101. Chairman Kurt is standing by to answer your calls, too, with a sharp TMA hat. I need one of those hats, Doug. That's a sharp. I want your conductor hat, and I want Chairman Kurt's baseball. What do you think about that cap, Martin?
TMASTLshop.com.
TMASTLshop.com.
This is the rope hat variety, Doug.
That's a rope hat variety.
I like rope hats.
Yeah, I know. You're
It just kind of says golf.
And then you can also text in 314-399-9646. And then we have 2 different YouTube chats competing. It's 101 ESPN. You can watch the program on 101 ESPN's YouTube channel and then TMASTL's YouTube channel and talk it over in there. In the first segment, we talked about nonsense. Second segment, talked about the World Series and Amendment 2 because Chris Zimmerman of the Blues is going to join us at 10:15 to discuss Amendment 2 on the ballot here in a mere 5 days. Looking at some polling data, Doug, I don't know if this is a Gallup poll or not. I know you
wouldn't be a Gallup poll unless it was done by the George Gallup organization. You can't just ask 5 people and call it a Gallup poll.
Martin, Doug's very particular about if you can call a poll a Gallup poll.
Is it the Quinnipiac?
No. No, it isn't. Okay. It's just your poll. If you're just asking people what they think, that's your poll.
I believe this is St. Louis University.
Okay.
And they have the polling showing 50% support. They sampled 900 likely Missouri voters. 50% support, 30% oppose, 21% not sure. Now, I don't know how accurate the representation is of their Gallup poll.
Plus or minus.
Well, you better make up your mind. It's 5 days away. Something's going to happen between now and then to change your mind.
Don't yell at me. I wasn't told, bro.
Why would you care if somebody else gambles their money?
Why would you care? Doug Vaughn.
Yeah. No, I agree with you, but
Doug Vaughn loves America.
I agree with you, but I think the answer is some people feel morally they don't want their state to go down that path and be gambling all the time.
Well, they're doing it now anyway.
I'm not saying it's me, but there are people.
Why are you so much against this amendment?
There are people who feel that way, and I'm pretty sure it has to do with religious beliefs or moral standing. That's my theory. I think that's safe.
It must, because it's kind of inexplicable. Why? I mean, you can't really protect people from themselves. If they want to put $10 down on a game and they lose it all, oh, well, that's on you. It's on you, pal.
Yeah.
Well, and you can gamble now just about anywhere. You can gamble almost anywhere at this point. So why not just make it convenient for people in the state? And if it's not all going to the teachers. Well, if some of it does. It's not all going to the schools. If some of it does.
These olds think voting no on Amendment 2 will save our youth and communities. That's from Scissor Me Timbers.
Well, there probably will be some people that overbet and get themselves in trouble. There are people out there now that have that issue.
Yes, with investments.
But you can get in trouble with stocks or buying bad real estate or anything else. Yeah.
Why'd you go with a dialect there?
I don't know. I just kind of felt something.
So we tore that weekend up. It was epic, and I was super stoked.
Yeah. I am not a gambler myself.
I'm not a big gambler.
Because I almost always lose, which has been the best thing ever for me. I walk into a casino, I lose $50 in 5 minutes, and I say, I'm ready to go home now. That's enough. That wasn't much fun, which has been great. The worst thing would be to walk in the first day to a casino and win $1,000.
I actually agree with that.
Yeah, then you'd be hooked and say, this is the easiest money I've ever made in my life. And you'd keep coming back.
Friend of the show, enemy of Charlotte, Janet is texting in to the Air Comfort Service text inbox, and she says, what I want to know is what's the reasoning for voting no on Amendment 2? If it's got to do with those against religion, maybe they need to remember our country was founded on separation of church and state. How about Janet? Janet and I are becoming allies.
Bringing it hard.
I bet she's not happy to hear that, but we are.
I don't know.
People who like to gamble are going to, whether the religious zealots like it or not, just the money won't go to Missouri. Janet, friend of the show?
I just don't understand how it's a religious thing, how it ties into religion.
People don't like gambling. Some folks don't like people that drink, don't like people that gamble. They feel it's wrong, and they don't want to make it too accessible. This is a theory. Now, if somebody is against it,
I think you're right.
I understand that, but where's the religious tie into that?
Because religion is based on morals, and those strong
But it's not based on gambling.
I think you could interpret it. A vice of that sort? I don't think that's a stretch. Somebody call in that is opposed to it and walk us through it.
Yeah,
I think that's
Chairman
fair.
Kurt's standing by the Callier and Thompson phone lines, and we'll put you on. We're about equal time on this program.
Is that what it's about?
This is what it's about.
Okay, I knew it was about something. We finally stumbled on it.
20 years in. Can we make Janet the sixth producer? That's from Mrs. Janny Shanahan. Janet is waxing poetically. That's from the 8:30 Recreator. Maybe kids will spend their time gambling instead of doing their little dances on TikTok. That's from Shooter McGavin. Not happy with the kids dancing on TikTok. Martin, do you get on that TikTok and watch the kids dance?
No, but the kids do. I've seen a lot of videos on TikTok, and usually it's a cat falling off a table or something, and then the kids laugh. What is it, like the Dickens?
Yeah, like the Dickens, yeah.
The kids laugh a lot, and I'll say, what are you doing? Watching TikTok. And I know it's ruining America, but I've watched some of the videos, and I don't quite see how it's ruining America.
I'm a big fan of that TikTok, I got to be honest with you. I'm surprised, because I used to think it was just like, you know, moms who were bored at home during the day doing dances and looking for attention. And yeah, I think that's there, at least until like Napoli opens. But then I noticed that there were some other things on there that have really intrigued me. And Jackson's happy to hear that I'm on board with TikTok because he said it's not just moms dancing looking for attention.
It's true. If you can build up your FYP, that's your For You page.
Don't ever say that again on this show.
If you can build up a nice little algorithm, it is the world's greatest time waster. Like if you just need a distraction for 10 minutes,
TikTok,
they call it
new sponsor.
They call it brain rot. You just need to rot your brain for about 10 minutes. It's a pretty outstanding way to do so.
The big argument against it is that it's owned by China and they're collecting information. Just as Facebook collects information on Americans, it's owned by an American at least. This is China getting information on users.
I've submitted that anybody who wants information on me has it. So I'm telling you, websites and the internet works a lot better when you hit accept all cookies. Like when you just give up, everything just starts to light up. I know it might be, kind of, not optimistic there, but that's just how I feel. Like, just take my information. I don't care.
If there's a website like that and it doesn't cost to be on it, remember, then you are the product.
And that's fine. And
You're fine with being a mark.
Yeah, I cost a pretty penny.
You cost them nothing.
I got valuable data.
Well, Facebook is global, and it's based in the U.S. Are they mad in Asia that Facebook is collecting their material? Is there the equivalent over there?
So.
Should we take a Gallup poll?
Yeah.
Doug, we're going to do a Gallup poll on the
it won't
program.
Be a Gallup poll. It just
Chairman
won't be.
Kurt, you want to tweet out a Gallup poll? Are you in favor of, are you going to vote yes or no on Amendment 2? That's our Gallup poll from TMASTL on the Twitter tweets. Is that where the Gallup poll will go? Ladies and gentlemen, Chairman Kurt.
Yeah, I'll throw it up on Twitter.
There you go.
And then the rest of the show, you just keep saying, I've got some new numbers coming in. And you just shuffle some papers.
We haven't collected the South City precincts.
Before we go to the break, I'm getting some new numbers just handed to me. Hold on. We're going to update that race.
Well, I've got a number for you from Munganast. That's where you need to go if you need to get your car worked on. Everybody needs a car worked on, serviced at some point. And Munganast, sure, they sell fantastic new and used cars. I love those Acuras and the Toyotas. They've let me drive some in the past. Gosh, they're good cars. I've got an Acura right now, MDX. This is like the nicest car I think I've ever driven in. But if we're talking about maintenance, Munganast St. Louis Acura and Munganast Burkhardt Alton Toyota are the place to go. Doesn't matter what the make or model of your car is. They work on all cars. And exclusive to this here show, they'll give you the number straight to the muckety mucks. So you can call either Jamie Burkhardt, Peter Munganast, Ryan Seiberg in the service department. You give them a call with this number, and they'll get right to you. You'll get first-class service. Everybody does, but this is just a kind of a step in the right direction. Here's the number. Now, write it down. 314-252-0029. You didn't write it down.
Yeah, write it down.
314, that's the easy part. 252-0029. It takes you straight to the muckety-muck decision makers at Munganast St. Louis Acura and Munganast Burkhardt Alton Toyota. Been a sponsor here for years. Fantastic people. You will absolutely love your experience there. Online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com.
There it is.
I have a couple of dissenters.
Sponsor the 7 o'clock hour.
I'm sorry. When we come back, two very interesting takes as to why they voted no. A couple of people that I know saying for good reason, and then they explain it.
Nice tease, Martin.
Wow, you just got better
Wonderful
teasing.
We got a chance in those mid-market rankings.
Mario in Charlotte, who I believe is the one that Janet is sideways, is trying to reach across the aisle. Boy, it's so fun to watch the audience unify. The TMA audience, the 101 audience, they're unifying over their hatred for the four of us. But here's what we got. I remember buying scratch off for my dad at the St. Gabriel school picnic in like second grade while all the dads got hammered in the beer garden. This is why they discriminate against us Catholics, Janet. That's from Mario in Charlotte. Look at that, Doug.
Okay. Now, that's a form of gambling, and that's been going on in Missouri for a long time.
If you're going to go after St. Gabriel's revenue stream at the school picnic, you and I might have to scrap.
I was talking about scratch-off tickets and lottery tickets. That's a form of gambling. We've had that for years.
Yeah, but that's a skilled form of gambling.
It isn't skilled.
You do you, I'ma do me.
Okay,
How about Chuckles Marlowe right there? All right, Martin's got people texting him who do not like Amendment 2. Chairman Kurt has put up the Gallup poll on the TMA STL Twitter account. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett. Chairman Kurt is in studio to take your phone calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. It's the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back to Team A. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, Munganast, St. Louis Acura, Munganast, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota. Get involved on the show. Chairman Kurt is in here now to take the phone calls. He is in here to take the phone calls.
And he's sitting down. He means business.
Yeah, I like that. The number, Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. Schaefer Door Company, 101 ESPN app. And then we have the TMA STL app as well. 2 different apps that you can download and stream the programs anytime you want. And then, of course, Design Air, sponsor of our email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Talking Amendment 2 is Chris Zimmerman of the Blues is going to join us at 10:15 to talk about that. Blues and Flyers tonight here on 101 ESPN. Bernie Federko at 8:15. Robert Thomas at 9 o'clock. Martin, you're receiving texts from opponents of Amendment 2.
Yeah, first of all, I got to clear up here. A longtime associate, Cousin John, has texted me.
Yes, I haven't heard from Cousin John on the air since 2006.
Cousin John said, he sent me a little clip here. China blocks numerous Western social media platforms to control information and maintain social stability. I like that, social stability.
Wow, look at
Blocking
this Cousin John.
Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, YouTube, Tumblr, Pinterest, WhatsApp, Telegram, and I think there's more. So my question was, how do they feel about Facebook?
They block it.
Okay.
Is
So
the answer.
for us to block TikTok, well, we'll show you. So it would be even. As far as Amendment 2.
They don't want to. People here don't want to block TikTok. They want China to sell it. They want it to be sold to an American company so that China doesn't get all the information.
All right, and here is a texter about Amendment 2. It's an epidemic amongst high school kids right now. It's really bad. Making it more accessible to them is not a great thing. This is from somebody I know that's in high school administration. So there's concern that it'll make it even easier for kids. And
Wouldn't you have to be 18 or 21 to gamble?
I would think so. So I don't know if they're
We'll have to
working
look at
around
that amendment.
You just crowdsourced, bro.
I sure did. I couldn't be sorrier what I
Martin,
just
we're
did.
anti-crowdsourcing.
Okay.
I assume that you have to be a certain age to gamble.
Yeah.
I mean, you do to walk into a casino.
You do. You usually have to take a picture of your license and all that.
I thought it was 21.
Yeah, 21 is what my
lottery, it's 18. Casinos and slot machines in Missouri, it's 21.
Yeah.
But again, as Doug said, lottery is a game of skill.
Right.
Another friend said,
You can practice and get better at it.
I voted no on the amendment. I don't care if people gamble, but to change the Constitution with a 50.1% against 49.9 vote, I think is wrong. A Constitution should only be changed with a 70% approval. So that's an interesting take.
Oh, wow. Poli-sci season.
Yeah. So that's a reason we were asking.
You couldn't get 70% approval on people agreeing that today is Thursday. That nothing will ever change if you need 70% approval. I don't believe.
But we now have 2 reasons for dissent. We were asking the crowd. This friend said you also have to be a certain age to buy beer, cigarettes, etc. People have access to those in high school. They'll have even more access, I believe, through this. So that is a concern. Gambling's all the vices are a concern, though.
Yeah.
So
Wearing
far,
a conductor hat's a vice.
I'm getting the
Once you get
numbers
hooked,
in.
you can't take it off.
From the TMA STL Twitter poll that Chairman Kurt posted, are you planning on voting yes or no on Amendment 2 so far? 114 votes here in a matter of 2 minutes. 87.7% are voting yes. So, and then Chairman Kurt, you say, if no, what is your reasoning allowing people to expound? That is TMA STL. That is our Twitter account.
It's also up on the Instagram and on the TMA fan page as well.
Oh, there you go. Doug, all kinds of different platforms to access Friends of the Feather.
All right. It would figure that listeners to this show are going to vote overwhelmingly in favor of it.
What are you trying to say, bro?
I'm just saying that this is the kind of show where people tend to be younger and skew more liberal, so they're going to probably be much more likely to believe if gambling should be sports gambling should be legalized.
Jackson, you're known as Libby Jack by the audience. Do you feel like our audience skews more liberal?
I'd say it's probably just it's pretty close. I would say it's in the 50s on both ways, or 50 and in mid 40s. You know.
I don't know.
The math wasn't working.
I don't know about that.
Well, the split would be like in the mid 50s, mid
55-45.
Yeah.
I got ace king. You got pocket queens. Let's run it twice.
But
I fold.
Having said that,
Wow,
I don't
great
hear a
fold.
lot of conservatives saying no. We have to say no to this gambling. I don't think it's a liberal conservative thing.
I don't think so either. I guess if you're, I don't know. I think it's pretty. It seems to me people are on board with it, but I don't know. I haven't heard many dissenting opinions.
This could be a great stumbles into opinion guy segment where we sort of talked ourselves into a circle. This is the libs versus the conservatives, and I'm not going to have it.
Martin.
So what side are you on? I'm for the amendment because I'm a liberal conservative. What?
Yeah. Right down the middle.
I found myself 2 weeks ago.
Is this just you and me talking? You addressed me specifically.
Yeah, Doug, you and I can
sit this one out.
Let's take a break here. Sorry, Libby.
Well, you like talking about radio guy who stumbles into his opinion or something. I had something 2 weeks ago where I was talking about the Yankees pitching, and I got bored with my own take and kind of just gave up mid-take.
Yeah, have you ever seen a guy who abandons
collapses
mid-show?
Yeah.
Collapses.
Hello, la, la, la.
Those are the kinds of calls we can get on the Calgary Thompson phone lines. Oh, this show's audience skews 100% liberal. Take one look at that fan page. That's from Mr. Licks, who is not on board with the fan page. Here is something I think you can get 70% approval on. TMA is awful. Tim McKernan is an arrogant ass.
Oh.
I refuse to listen to his garbage. You have ruined sports radio, indeed, for the last 2 decades.
Makes you feel good, doesn't it?
I don't really care. Is Jackson Piddles speaking coherently? Jackson, are you speaking it coherently?
I think I am. You guys are understanding what I'm saying.
You just miscalculated the math a little bit.
Yeah, again, stumbling into opinion guy. I didn't really think about my numbers beforehand, and I'm bad at math, so all of those things combined led to that.
Just more division from Jackson. Who told Piddles conservatives don't like gambling?
I didn't say any. I didn't have a take. I didn't have a take.
Well, now this guy denying his take.
I didn't say it was a conservative thing. I don't know if it is or not.
We said it wasn't necessarily a conservative, liberal thing. I don't think it is. But people who listen to this show are somewhat interested in sports, and so they're probably somewhat interested in sports gambling.
Agreed.
Are you aware that Jackson is dressed as Doug for Halloween?
Yes, that's what he came in and told us. He's wearing an Uncle Leo's Pizza quarter zip and then black pant.
Yeah.
And Doug said, how come you're not wearing khakis? And Jackson said, I don't own a pair.
I do not own a pair of khakis.
Not one pair of khaki pants.
No. Nope.
And you went to Ladue.
Yeah, I know. Well, I probably did when I was at Ladue, but khaki and my pale skin don't match. It's not good.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good assessment.
Yeah, it's not. It all kind of blends in. Earth tones in general. What?
You could be camo if you wore khakis.
Yeah.
You could kind of blend in.
John Cena.
We saw you yesterday when the lights were shining through the window of the studio. You virtually disappeared.
His face disappears.
I have the worst. This is the worst seat in the house. Like this, the angle of the camera and the sun.
Management already coming in from Jackson. I need a better seat in the studio.
Maybe I'll talk to Tom. Where's that? Morgan, can I write on your dossier?
What do you got?
A complaint to Tommy regarding his seat in the studio. Look at poor Chairman Kurt. He's off in the cuck chair.
He looks like he's a kid.
And he couldn't be happier about it.
It's like a kid at Thanksgiving who just got called up to the adult table and his chair's a little short.
$28 million. I ain't no lib, Doug. I don't know if people are sending in their net worths now.
Nice. I'd like to do that. Let's hear what everyone's net worth is.
Dan Patrick would have you say what you could bench, I think, and what your height and weight.
That's correct. Your stats.
Priscilla does something like that, too.
But I'd rather know net worth. Wouldn't you? That's more interesting.
We'll text him.
Well, we got it. Our first net worth is $28 million.
That's
I always told you this was a wealthy, sophisticated audience.
Yeah. And they say now if you're worth $10 million, you're rich. Used to be $1 million, now it's $10 million.
Is that right?
Oh.
I just heard a guy, an economist, say that on the radio once, and I thought, well, that kind of makes sense.
Maybe he was stumbles into opinion guy, just threw it out there, and then he got stuck, and he was like, "That's the new norm in our industry, and that's what people are saying."
I think you'd have to have about $10 million before you could feel like you could afford just about anything.
Warson Woods Wacko, I think, is talking about having a $10 million net worth. He said, I want kids and young adults in debt. It makes them show up to work. Vote yes on 2 and hammer the over on the Blues Flyers. So there you go. He's giving out recommended picks, too. Martin, you gave us Jack Flaherty yesterday. We won on that. Now we got the Blues Flyers over. We make picks. You make money. We make picks. You make money.
Did anybody take me up on that and actually wager? My point was Flaherty was good in game 1. He wouldn't be good twice in a row.
That's exactly what you said. So help me. I went back to after I got off the phone. It was probably about 7:45, and I'm like, oh, I had the page where I would be going to wager up, and I wasn't able to fire the shot because I got on this phone call. But honestly, I probably would have bet on the Yankees. So it may have saved me some money there. And that would have been a tough beat after being up 5-0. All right, it's 8 o'clock in St. Louis. We close out the Mug and Ass St. Louis Acura, Mug and Ass Burkhardt Alton Toyota. 7 o'clock hour, Blues and Flyers. We just got an inside pick from the Warson Woods Wacko, who also wants to see kids run into gambling trouble, so they'll show up to work on time. Bernie Federko will give his perspective as he joins us at 8:15. Robert Thomas at 9 o'clock. Daddy Padre is excited. He says his old teammate, Robert Thomas, is going to be on the show, so he's excited.
Teammate?
Well, he was the
I know. No, I love Daddy Padre.
Oh, it's a controversial take on this show. He's a polarizing figure.
I guess he's back on now, right? Because Iggy was the one
who banished him. Yeah. I think I'm going to honor Iggy. And then you have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. Chris Zimmerman at 9:15, and then a surprise guest, what Martin has. At 9:30.
And some production with it.
Oh, wow.
God, you're doing your homework.
That's off-brand for this show. Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After. It's brought to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the 101 ESPN and TMA STL YouTube channels.
You know what you do on a rainy day? You load up on the groceries. Get yourself a big old bag of groceries, nice meal, get inside. It's Halloween. You might need some candy at the last minute, and you know where to go. That's Schnucks, and the best thing to do is to download the Schnucks Rewards app. And when you do that now, you spend $25. That's it. You're going to get $5 back. The rewards are coming your way when you use the Schnucks app, basically getting $5 for just doing your usual shopping. Plus, the Schnucks Rewards app has all kinds of deals, including personalized savings on the things that you buy most. The $5 reward is a limited time offer. Don't wait. Download the app by November 19th. Make your purchase within 30 days of downloading. You can see the app for details. I love the Schnucks app. Saves you money. You just type in your phone number, you set that baby up, and you're saving money immediately. Become a Schnucks Rewards member. Get $5 back in rewards. You're probably already going to Schnucks now. Save money. Make money. Get the app. Get rewarded. It's Schnucks Rewards.
Welcome back. It's the 8 o'clock hour here on TMA. TMA is brought to you by Brown and Crouppen, and our 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by the Fisher Window and Door Store. Get involved on the program. Live phone calls on TMA. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Janet becoming a fan favorite after really a staunch defense of St. Louis against Charlotte. And I guess that goes back to the Panthers getting a team instead of the Stallions. I always thought it was more Jacksonville and the Jaguars, but that might be where the rivalry comes from. But that was wonderful to hear from Janet. You're welcome to call in. And there really isn't much of a filtering process either. So it's a free-for-all. Call in, text in, Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. Bernie Federko will be with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines here in about, I would say, 12 minutes as the Blues get ready to take on the Flyers. Pregame, 5 p.m. on 101 ESPN. Last night, the Los Angeles Dodgers won their first kind of real World Series since 1988. I know they won in 2020. But they won their first real World Series with a comeback win. But throughout the course of the day, the star of the sports world was our friend Austin Capacola.
I was going to say Copacabana.
And he did interviews where he was on Barstool. Where else was he? He actually dropped by the studios at Barstool.
He was at the studios at Barstool, and then Rob Gronkowski was talking to Hey K. Adams.
Yeah. And so it turns out that Gronkowski actually knows the guy from the University of Arizona.
Not a shocker.
Yeah. No. A friend of our program, Hey K. Adams, was talking it over with Gronk. Here you go.
And we're seeing here.
This is actually the first time I'm seeing this live. Okay. And here's a little fun fact. That guy right there grabbing Mookie Betts' glove
Don't tell me you know
was
him.
my friend in college.
Gronk, stop it right now.
He was on the ice hockey team, the club Arizona Wildcats team, ice hockey team. And him doing that represents him very well. I mean, he is all in for his teams. He is all in for the Yankees. I remember him talking about the Yankees all the time, how he loves them so much, just doing whatever it takes to help his team out. But he's a beauty.
Okay,
he is a beauty.
Okay,
and I just want to say congratulations.
Congratulations!
For shining when your moment came.
It wasn't a meathead take until the little giggle at the end. Anything for the team. Hey, Gronk, he stabbed that guy. Yeah, but he's all in on the Yankees.
He's a team guy.
He's all in.
At first, he said he was going to be allowed in the game, and then he was not.
Yeah.
He was not allowed in. And now he says he's worried he's going to lose his season tickets over it.
What should they do to him? Should they let him back in? I think they should.
I do have to say it would have been amusing had they let him in last night. But I absolutely understand it.
No, last night. I'm saying next year. I think
next year is
maybe
a different
some counseling. Send him away for a little bit.
So we're going to do optics.
Yes.
I think you take the season tickets away. You can't have that nonsense.
Back them up a row?
They won't have any trouble selling another season ticket in Yankee Stadium. You can't do that. That is so far out of line. He could have injured Mookie Betts there.
It's terrible what they did, but I don't know if I can ban him for life for a judgment in the blink of it. Well, Doug, what if we're all judged by our worst moment?
I'm not saying I'd ban him for life. I'm saying I'd take his season tickets away.
So he can buy seats. He
somewhere
just can't
else.
have season
you're not going to sit there. You're not going to sit where you can possibly hurt a member on the playing field. No.
Well, for me, I always have a moral compass that is guided by Mike Francesa, and fortunately, he has an opinion on what took place.
But the point is, Betts would be right. Yeah. I mean, that guy was almost assaulting him.
He was going for the ball. The other French was grabbing his wrist.
What right does he have to the ball?
He's trying to win a World Series, Mike.
He act like he's part of the team.
He basically
was going for the ball. He wasn't trying to force a fumble. You know what I said at home? I said to my wife, I said, they should throw his ass out of the stadium. Okay? And if he called my show, I'd hang up on him.
You should get a ring if they win.
A ring!
Oh, my God.
Are you out of your mind?
Is he just surrounded by sycophants? I picture him like when you go to read to the kids at school and they're all on the floor sitting around and you're in a chair reading the book looking. That's what it sounded like.
He was at Barstool. They invited him to do their live stream. So he was sitting there watching the entire game with a bunch of the people from Barstool, New York.
Yeah, one of the guys knocked over his Diet Coke in the early going of the game.
Oh, that hurts.
Was breaking loose.
Yeah. They love it. Well, people from New York love Mike Francesa.
Oh, absolutely.
That's great. Hey, whatever you like.
And a lot of them like the fan, too. Even Verdugo, Alex Verdugo, the Yankees. was asked about this, and he goes, well, that's New York. You kind of expect it here. Why?
It
Why
seems
does
like
it
some
have to be
people-
New York?
They're like really celebrating it. They're like, this
Yeah.
guy's a Gronk saying he's a beauty and congratulations. Like
Why
that
so
was
violent?
That was awful.
And the first guy was the bada boom, bada binny, bada bang. What are the weird long Italian name? The second guy, Gronk's buddy, is the one who actually grabbed the arm, and I think was more guilty than the real Italian fella.
Well, I thought they were brothers.
No, I don't think so.
No, they have different names. Yeah.
I thought they were both Capicola.
No, one of them was Kevin. The other was Jason.
Like John Peters or something.
Oh, Johnny Peters?
Yeah. I was a
Friend of the show.
He's the Arizona guy that Gronk's talking about.
Yeah.
That, and he goes, yeah, he represents well Arizona hockey. Club hockey. I'm like,
ice
he
hockey.
does?
He said ice hockey, by the way.
Wasn't field hockey?
No.
Look at this. So many female listeners. Sheridan Clayton says, I agree, Doug. That dork should be banned for life. That's Sheridan Clayton.
Yeah.
And then caller Ellen says, don't get too comfortable, Janet. These listeners will turn on you quickly. Through caller
That's
Ellen.
good advice.
She's been on the
From both of them.
she's been on the receiving end of it, so she knows. And she is giving counsel to Janet, who at the moment is a rising star in the TMA community.
Yeah.
Schaefer Door is the sponsor of the 101 ESPN app. Doug, you ran into a garage door problem about 2 months ago,
Yeah.
and Jason Gosrow and his team were out there quick, fast, and in a hurry. And the next thing you know, they fixed it. It's Schaefer Door. They're online at schaeferdoor.com, SCHAEFER door.com. Call or text a number they set up specifically for the TMA audience, and that's 636-782-3608. It's going to be the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs, and they have Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend. They service commercial doors as well, so if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. Go online at schaeferdoor.com and work with Jason Gosrow and his team, SCHAEFER door.com, or call or text the number they set up for TMA listeners at 636-782-3608. It's Schaefer Door, sponsor of the 101 ESPN app. Schaefer Door is a Clopay Master Authorized Dealer. Bernie Federko joins us on the other side of the commercial break. Blues and Flyers tonight, and we'll talk it over with Robert Thomas at 9 o'clock. And Jackson, what other fun and games do you have prepared here on the dossier for Martin, Doug, myself, and the wonderful people in our audience?
I'm really excited for the surprise line that Martin's got lined up.
9:30 surprises.
Mike Bush is not calling in. I put that on the dossier just to see if you guys were paying attention.
It doesn't feel like a dossier to me. I'm going to look up the definition of dossier.
I don't want to hear it.
It's not
I don't want to hear it.
It isn't a schedule.
Not on All Hallows Eve.
It's a dossier, Doug. That's what it is. And if that's not the right definition, I'll change the definition. That's what I do. I move mountains.
A dossier is
For
like
this
a
show, I'll
resume or
move mountains.
Cucky the Dwarf says Janet should be the listener of the year. And then Ruben Studdard. You remember Ruben Studdard, Martin?
Oh, yeah. At NLCS in Houston, I was shoved to the side of the entry to the field down there in Houston. We're getting ready to do a pregame show, and security came through, shoves me to the side of the wall, and then this really large man was behind security going out to sing the anthem. And it was Ruben Studdard.
Yeah, I believe his
from
nickname
the
was
205.
I believe so. He was the Velvet Teddy Bear. Is that right, Doug?
I forget. I saw a picture of him just yesterday.
Well, good news. He's in the YouTube chat, and he says Janet is going to lose Listener of the Year to Jackson's buddy with the good hairline. That's Ruben Studdard, who's become a fan.
Shout out to Dan.
Jackson's fan.
But the real Ruben Studdard is not a big guy anymore. He's lost like 200 pounds. You
Like
wouldn't
Fat
even
Joe
recognize him. Yeah.
dropped it.
That's right. He's going to go out and
Can't walk.
rap in the middle of
Will
the
they
diamond
blame
by
him
himself.
for the World Series?
The Yankees had themselves quite a little World Series between Fat Joe, 3 errors, 3 miscues in the 5th inning.
Nestor Cortez making a cameo for the first time in a month and a half.
Yeah.
All kinds of things.
And Carmine Garbanto, or whatever his name is.
I
trying
think
to
if,
steal the ball from Mookie.
Carmine
Mookie
Garbanto.
muscled in on his territory.
I think if Donna Severese were still doing news here, she would ask, did Fat Joe cost the Yankees the World Series? Remember Mitchell Page, rest in peace, they did a promo that said, did Mitchell Page's drinking cost the Cardinals the World Series?
Seems rather
It's uncomfortable
dramatic.
because you guys worked at Channel 4.
I don't even remember
But it was
it.
an actual promo
Really?
that hit the air, and I thought, oh, that's a bit much.
Spoken like a true Democrat, Jackson. I changed definitions. That's from M&T in the YouTube chat.
Give them an inch and they take a mile.
That's what happens.
A dossier is a file containing detailed records on a particular person or subject.
La 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 la.
Oh, God, you don't want to know the truth.
Wow. Chairman Kirk just shook his head in disgust, and he got up to leave after that.
He likes dossier. He knows where his bread's buttered.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the word dossier. I think
It's just being used incorrectly, though.
You're antiquated, Doug.
Yeah, thank you.
It's a collection of papers containing detailed information about a particular person or subject.
Sounds like exactly what we're going off of.
It's not a schedule. It's not a rundown or a schedule.
Nope. On the dossier, Bernie Federko is next. This is TMA. We're in the 8 o'clock hour, presented to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. If you want to call and talk to Chairman Kurt, you can on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. 314-974-0101. Email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And text in the Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. It is the morning after, and it is our pleasure to welcome to the program Blues Hall of Famer Bernie Federko. Morning, Bernie. Doug, morning, Bernie.
I don't hear him.
Oh, good morning.
There he is. Okay. Hello, Bernie.
Martin is Jackson.
We're not used to having guests.
That's one of the core issues. Thanks for joining us on the program, Bernie. I'm in particular intrigued to see how the Blues respond tonight when they take on the Flyers in Philadelphia. After 2 disappointing performances, but one in particular on Tuesday night. I'm sure you have been parts of teams that came off of losses that were like that, and then also put it on teams. And so I'm curious what goes on in a room after a loss like that, and what kind of response guys tend to have to something like what happened Tuesday in Ottawa.
Well, that usually happens to every team in the course of a year. So it's something that you always have to put out of your mind as quickly as possible. So I expect a good response. Obviously, the team is going through a few injuries right now. I mean, to not have Robert Thomas, I think, is a big blow to the team right now for the next 4 to 6 weeks. So that is something that is obviously going to be a factor. But I think what happened the other night is just, I don't know if they were not prepared or what. I mean, Ottawa came out really, really hard, was able to score quick and score early, and I think the Blues made a lot of mistakes. I mean, not getting the puck in deep, and I think basically they were turning the puck over just inside the opposition's blue line and came back and kind of bit them each time they had it happen. So I'm anxious to see what the response is tonight. Obviously, they probably mixed and matched the lines a little differently for tonight's game, and they feel it. I think that they feel what you have to feel at this point in time. You're 1-2 on the road trip. If you win tonight, it's a pretty successful road trip at 500, and I think that's all they're worried about is really maybe the first period tonight is probably the most important thing that they've got going.
You say they may change the lines. How much difference does that make, really? How well do you know some of the other forwards that you practice with, I guess? But some people love being on the same line all the time. And when they shake it up, does it really make a big difference?
It does a little bit, Doug. I mean, you know what? When you look at it right now, I think they've been mixing and matching the lines for really since the start of the season. I mean, you know, with the new guys coming in, you know, and now with the injuries, I mean, Joseph out right now, and I mean, there's been guys, no Robert Thomas, so the lines that maybe they even tried are not together anymore, obviously because of the injuries. So yeah, it takes a while to get some chemistry with the guys that you're playing with. I mean, I think everybody likes to be on a line and stay with it. At least to stay with it for a few games so that you can maybe get that chemistry. But when you have key injuries like this, you have to mix and match. And I think everybody has to understand that it's going to be a little different and just kind of just do your job. But it does make a difference, and I don't know what they'll go with. I mean, I've been really impressed with the way Holloway has played at center. I thought he played really well in Ottawa the other night. If there was anybody that played well, I thought that he looks like he has played center before. And I mean, I think still with Buchnevich, he's still trying to get used to being in the center position. And, you know, I thought the Shen line was really good when Holloway and Joseph were on it, but obviously that's changed now. So, yeah, it's going to be a little bit different, but they're all professionals, and I think all of them understand that they understand there is injuries, and they're going to have to play with different people, so they're just going to have to go with it. That's simple as that.
Bernie, when you're a goal scorer like you were, and Kairu's not scoring goals, he's racking up some assists, but how much of that is you get in your own head? Like, okay, it has been 5 games, it has been 6 games. It's hard not to notice if you're traditionally a goal scorer and you're not scoring goals. Do you think there's a little bit of a mental aspect here in play?
Martin, I would expect there has to be. I mean, I would like to start seeing him shoot the puck. I mean, the game in Ottawa, I mean, there was a lot of guys on the ice watching it that were kind of non-existent on the ice, and I think he was one of those. And I think that even late in the third period there, when the Blues got in the power play, they didn't even get out there. Drew put the fourth line out in the second half of the power play, so I think that kind of sent a message. But I mean, I like the way that Jordan started the season. I thought he was skating. I thought he was moving his legs and getting shots on net. And in the last little bit, I mean, I think he's been trying to overpass it. He's a goal scorer. I mean, if you're a goal scorer, you shoot the puck. You're not a passer. Yes, if there's a pass that you got to make, you got to make the pass at the right time. But certainly, when you're known for scoring goals and you're supposed to be the goal scorer, you got to shoot the puck. And when you go a number of games without scoring, I mean, it wears on your mind, and you got to get it off that by just saying, "Hey, I got to go back to basics, go back to getting in a position where I'm open and use his speed and really shoot the puck." You know, you never know from wherever it might go in, and I think that it's probably wearing on him right now. But I mean, he's in a situation. He's been through this before. He's been around a while now. It's not that he's 21 years old anymore. He's got to get back into in his basics, and he's got to start scoring goals again.
Bernie Federko, our guest here on Thursday on 101 ESPN. It is TMA. Hey, final question for you, Bernie. On Saturday night, Craig Berube returns to the Enterprise Center for the first time since being let go last December. Now head coach with the Leafs. Blues handled his team quite effectively last Thursday. What kind of reception and emotion do you think we will see in the building on Saturday evening?
The building, I think, will be really, really excited about him coming back. I mean, Chief was a real big part of, obviously, the Stanley Cup back in 2019. I think most fans really, really liked the way he coached, the way his personality was, and I expect that the response from the crowd will be overwhelming. I'm sure they'll have some really nice video put together on the big screen there, and I think that the crowd will give him that ovation. But that being said, the home team still wants to win, and I expect that the Leafs will probably try to give a little bit more than they did last week. When I expected the Leafs to try to really help Chief out when he's playing against his old mates for the first time, and the Blues really got the best of that. So I expected the Toronto Maple Leafs will be better on Saturday night, and the Blues are going to have to be ready for it. But certainly, I think tonight is a more important game for the Blues right now to bounce back. But I think that Saturday night will be a very emotional time for Chief, and I think that it'll be a really exciting game. The Leafs are a good hockey club, and with the Blues beating them the last time, I think the Blues need to try to do that again, and it should be a really good game on Saturday night.
Bernie Federko with us here on 101 ESPN. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Blues Flyers pregame on 101 ESPN at 5 p.m. Puck drop at 6. Bernie, appreciate the time as always. Thank you so much.
Fellas, thanks so much. Have a great day.
Thank you, too.
Thanks, Bernie.
Bernie Federko with us here on the Morning After. Doug, St. Louis Hubbard Radio, St. Louis President John Kiowski was walking past, and he peered in here, did a little wave, and then he did a double take and then turned back with confusion, and I think it was about the little hat that you're wearing.
It's a conductor's hat. I found it sitting on the desk over there. It's Halloween. You got to wear a conductor's hat. You find a hat like this, you wear it.
You're getting good at this. It says the word conductor, so there's no confusion as to what the hat is. Mm-hmm. It's like a chef hat that just says chef across the top. Oh, I see. You're a chef.
After the conductor on the train walked around to make sure everyone had a ticket, what did he do then?
Drink.
If you're on a 2 or 3 hour train ride, what do you just sit there?
Had that little ticket puncher.
Yeah.
I guess. They don't still punch tickets, do they?
On the Polar Express, when you get to see the Santa Claus on a burned-out building? Oh, you better believe it.
Love that.
So you have actually, what do you think when the Santa Claus emerges from the burned-out building just north of the arch?
Well, I was hoping there'd be more graffiti for Santa, kind of pro-Santa graffiti.
He might be the one painting it.
Yeah, it's a tough thing down there. Had they only built that stadium, Tim,
things would be different.
I do like that Polar Express. I don't really know where they could take you. Or you could clean it up.
Maybe go the other direction. Maybe go west instead of east.
Shot at the landing.
I mean, it's hot. But yeah, when I went the first time, and I'm like, where is Santa? And then he popped out, and he was very energetic. So I think
that was a homeless person.
Could you not go to Forest Park or something? Is there not
I don't think there's a train track through there, is there?
It's one of the corners.
Get off and
what about that trolley at the Loop?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's running. A lot of technical issues. Kind of like that thing's about as stable as sports radio. There's always technical issues.
I'm a solid St. Louis 9.
Well, there were so many people who needed to go from Forest Park to the Loop. So many tens of thousands every day.
Next up, History Museum. Next up, History Museum. Anyone?
Hey, Brown and Krupin's the title sponsor of this program. They have been for more than a year, and they signed up for another year of broadcast magic here on TMA. Brown and Krupin is local. Andy Krupin was in studio on Tuesday, and Terry Krupin comes in. Ed Herman comes in. We've gotten to know them. Really enjoy talking it over with them, and grateful for their support. Brown and Krupin was founded in St. Louis in 1979, and if you have a need to talk with Brown and Krupin, anybody in that field, don't you want a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment? Well, Brown and Krupin is part of the community. You get great service and great results, and they are a strong strong voice and an advocate. They have the power, resources, and ability to do what you need them to do, which is get every cent you deserve for the terrible thing that was done to you. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call the following number, 314-222-2222. That's 314-222-2222. Or go to brownandcrouppen.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about it on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor here of TMA. Jackson, what do we have coming up on the dossier?
Coming up on the dossier.
What is he going to get? He's going to get better at teasing right here.
Your question.
I got some audio from Joe Davis talking about how he comes up with his big calls and the mindset, what goes through his mind during a big moment, and how he does it. I like it.
You know what I find with that team is he and John Smoltz kind of sound alike. Sometimes I don't know which guy's talking.
I feel like
that a problem?
I don't know. I feel like I can differentiate.
I think they're both from Michigan, so you may be on to something with a
Michigander accent.
UP?
Upper Peninsula.
Yeah.
That's the Uper. That's different.
I read where Joe Davis played college football at like Beloit in Wisconsin, and when the football season was done, he then became the play-by-play voice of the basketball and the baseball teams while he was in college.
Look at that, Doug. Show prep season.
Yeah.
Welcome to show prep season, Martin.
That Joe Davis is best friends with Adam Amin, part of the young stable of announcers on that Fox network.
Yeah.
He's got the voicemail from Vin Scully. He's saved forever. I love that story.
That is true.
Vin Scully called to congratulate him on getting the Dodgers job to replace Vin Scully. He missed the call. And he said it was the best call he ever missed because Vin left him a voicemail.
Oh, yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah, to have that voice saved.
That's why I don't take any calls, just in case it's a great voicemail from somebody who's going to die.
Is Charlie Steiner still on the Dodgers team?
He's out with, I believe, cancer. And that's why the call we heard earlier, the radio call of the Dodgers, was somebody we don't know filling in for Charlie Steiner.
Sound like somebody young.
Yeah, I think he's been in because Steiner's been out. And during the stand-up for cancer, Joe Davis and Dave Roberts, one of the nights, maybe last night, held up the name Charlie Steiner.
More show prep.
Yeah, a lot of information.
Stumbled into show prep.
Yeah, we stumbled into it. All right, that's coming up on the other side of the break. Robert Thomas, 9 o'clock. Chris Zimmerman, as we talk about Amendment 2, which is passing in a major way per the TMA audience. That is getting major yeses on the Twitter poll. 88.5% of the 279 people who have voted are voting yes on Amendment 2. Chris Zimmerman of the Blues is going to talk about that with us coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 10:45. This is the Morning After on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Oklahoma City Thunder defeat the San Antonio Spurs 105-93. Chet Holmgren with 19 points on 70% shooting, including 3 for 3 from behind the arc. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's the Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. If you want to talk to Chairman Kurt, all you got to do is call the Collier and Thompson phone lines. He's waving to you on YouTube. There's a 101 ESPN channel, and there's a TMA channel. And you can chat in there. You can talk it over. You can get to know new friends in the 101 ESPN and TMA STL YouTube channels. The Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Schaefer Door is the sponsor of the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app. 2 separate apps for you to live stream programming all day long. And we still have TMA Best Ofs running all day on the app and on 105.7 HD2. Jackson, what is this Joe Davis that you have that you're so excited about? I want to hear from Eric in the Central West End myself, but you got sound that you like, and I want to hear it then, Jackie Papers.
I'm open to anything.
No. You got better at teasing, and I want you to be able to execute your tease. It's so fun to watch you tease, boy.
So they're asking him specifically about his...
They.
The pregame show for Fox. They were asking him about how he makes his calls, especially for the Freddie Freeman walk-off where he paid tribute to Vince Scully.
Can you take us through, like, when he gets in the box, or is it like, oh, I might have it, or is it spontaneous? Yeah. Take us through it.
So you're right. You don't want to script it, because I think then it's going to sound scripted. But anybody who tells you, no, it just comes to me, they're either brilliant or they're lying. Like, for me, I can't just properly do my job and caption these moments, just have it come to me in that moment. So I'm always thinking about the context of if this moment were to happen. You know, you lean forward into a situation where the Dodgers are down a run or whatever it was, going into that 9th inning or 10th inning, what would it mean if they did have a comeback? It's got to be more than just home run Freddie Freeman, Dodgers win. That's not quite doing my job. So I'm thinking about the fact that it's game 1, like it was in '88 when Gibson hit his home run. As Freddie Freeman comes up, the next layer to that is that this is an injured player the same way that Kirk Gibson was. And then for me, it was the flight of the ball that we've all seen a million times on that highlight of Vince Scully calling Kirk Gibson's home run. That sparked for me the nod to Vince.
The flight of the ball made him think it was on the same trajectory.
Yeah, I really liked what he said about if you say it just comes to you, you're either brilliant or you're lying. And I thought that was, because we've often talked about, do you think people like write down a little something in case there's a huge moment?
And they don't. The great ones don't.
Yeah.
The great ones don't.
I don't think Jack Buck did. And that same call, Jack Buck, that was his, I don't believe what I just saw.
You know where I'm going. So let's see if we're on the same page.
Maris.
Yes, he hated that call. Jack
scripted it because he was getting older, and he said, I didn't want to get it wrong for the legacy of the call.
Right.
And it wasn't his best call.
But he was really upset with himself about doing it. But yeah, now with the famous "We'll see you tomorrow night," Joe Buck tribute to Jack from the '91 World Series after Freese's home run. I think they had mentioned or shown a highlight of the '91 World Series, and so it was on Joe's mind when Freese came up because they had shown it earlier in the game. Is that consistent with your understanding?
Yeah, where it was a trivia question, something with it. That great call by Jack Buck in '91, Kirby Puckett hit
Kirby Puckett.
And so it was on the back of his brain. And I think Joe Davis, that's a great point where you have to have some context. You can't just sit there and go eat nachos in between the innings. You got to think about, if they win, what does it mean, instead of scripting it out. Now, Jim Nance, we've always made fun of those scripted calls. He gave Frank and myself a great answer once. Okay, Jim, what would it mean if Missouri won a national championship? And I was saying, well, it would mean they got to a Final Four. But I'm just saying.
That hurt Jackson.
No, I'm just saying that's what it would mean.
Especially in your Golden Eagles jacket right there.
They made it in 74, 77, 2003. But on the fly, Jim Nance goes, boy, oh boy, what would it mean if Mizzou, what would it sound like? And he said, guess who? Mizzou. I thought, not the worst.
It's all right.
Not the
Jackson,
best.
would that satisfy your craving for Missouri Final Four?
Guess
That call.
who? Mizzou.
Yes, they could say anything. They could be speaking a different language. If Mizzou made the Final Four, I would just
don't care.
No.
But Jack Buck said that he thought he'd blown the go crazy call. Yeah. Right when he said that, he said, well, that was kind of to himself. Thought it was kind of stupid. But it turned out everybody loved it.
Probably top 5 iconic.
Some of that was because he was such a cool dude that everybody loved whatever he said. He could have said anything and people said, oh, that's great.
Speaking of cool dudes, Jackson's attracted to Eric in the Central West End. Oh. He's on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, the number 314-974-0101. We take live phone calls on this program, and Eric in the Central West End is joining us. Good morning,
Did he script his call?
We'll find out, I guess.
Hey, trick or treat, bitches.
Oh, gosh.
Doug.
Keep it clean. Keep it clean.
I do have a question. Well, first of all, Joe Davis sucks, but it's not surprising.
Wow, boy, Eric in the Central West End is coming
that?
after everything here.
Why would you say that?
Oh, he sucks. He's so boring.
Oh, okay. Is that your hot take?
No, I do want to ask Jackson one thing.
Yeah.
He is so attracted to me, Jackson. How does it feel to be just an earpiece away from me right now?
It feels good. Feels good. Feels comfortable. Feel like I'm in the right spot at the right time.
Yeah.
Martin, is this hot to you?
Not really.
I don't really have anything for Martin, but I do have an honest question now. So are you guys just like pretending to be a sports show for the first couple of weeks, and then we're going to get back to like the roots?
You know, what we're trying to do is alienate all the 101 listeners and alienate all the TMA listeners, and I feel like mission kind of accomplished.
And then like steal from Y98 eventually. Market
You're doing
play.
a good job.
We're on a mission of hate.
Yeah.
Just bringing back the man and the woman.
Oh, gosh.
That went well, didn't it?
You're bitter this morning. You're bitter.
Jackson, are you still attracted to this guy?
Losing steam.
Oh, no.
Well, I have one request. Is Dear Deidre ever going to come back?
Sure. I think if you live on social media, maybe your perception of what actually is reality is a little different than what we are experiencing. I don't get a chance to spend much time on social media, but I think maybe there's some people. I got a chance to talk to one of the listeners on Tuesday, I guess it was, and he said a few things, and he's a very nice guy. And I'm like, we've done this show for 20 years, 5,200 shows plus. And I said, do you think that Hubbard would want to put us in Morning Drive on 101 ESPN and then have us change what we do that has been successful for 20 years? And when I asked that question, he kind of goes, yeah, I guess that's a good point. So if this isn't an opportunity for me to speak to listeners as to, the actual state of things, perhaps that would open some eyes. Maybe not, I don't know. But I think the best thing is that management in the first day, the third hour, came in and goes, man, we got to change the clock so you guys have more room to breathe. But some of these things just take time, and so it'll take time. But I think you'll notice that the clock will be different, and we'll have a little more freedom than breaking multiple times an hour. So that's how I would answer the question, Eric. And I'm happy to answer every question you have, sir.
Well, you are the best, so I do appreciate it.
I agree with that, Doug. Doug, I agree with that.
That was.
All right, you got to go on.
The hockey interviews sucked, though.
Okay, stop it. Stop giving us the business.
Doug, you played Native American ball with this gentleman's father, and now he's calling in and he's just attacking.
Yeah, I never saw it coming.
I mean, I'd rather hear the Oklahoma City updates than these hockey interviews.
Jackson, there's an endorsement for you. Maybe he's kind of flirting back with you now.
Chet, super efficient. I mean, going up against Wemby.
You didn't mention Wemby in the
Nothing to mention. He played terrible.
Okay. Yeah, can Chet gain some weight? I mean, holy cow.
You got to be dynamic. Got to be able to move, baby.
Oh, God.
You just hear that he shot 70% last night.
What is going on?
Tatum at 37 and a loss. Boston's first loss.
Pacers.
Overtime.
Rearing their ugly head again.
Yeah.
Okay. I might earn some more points with you, but are the Cavs going to continue this hot start?
Okay.
Doug, what's going on?
Okay, that's about enough.
How about Bronny scoring his first NBA bucket in Cleveland? In Cleveland.
Absolutely nobody cares about Bronny.
I'm just telling you, he scored his first bucket
triggered.
in Cleveland.
You just said that Eric's so triggered?
Send him to the G League.
Eric, Jackson says you're so triggered. Do you agree with that?
I think I could be considered triggered in some aspects.
Okay, well, I think self-awareness is a wonderful thing, and Jackson's now applauding you and more attracted to you again.
Yeah, now you're, steam back up.
Oh, gosh.
Thank you, Jackson. Jackson's opinion means the most to me.
How about that? We got two guys flirting with each other right on 101.
I didn't see it coming.
That was not on the dossier.
No.
All right, Eric, thank you so much. It's
All
Eric
right,
in the
Eric.
Central West End. And I was willing to answer every question, but the pacing was just a little.
I got to say, if
it's
you
like he was
call-
on a satellite, and like I think the IFB is disconnected.
Call in to say the show kind of sucks, but then if your call sucks, it's kind of hard to differentiate.
Not much of a leg to
It's like
stand
a
on.
chicken egg thing.
Yeah,
Now,
agreed.
Mr. Lick says he's a big fan of this call.
Ooh.
Yeah. How about
Similar
that?
energy.
I think you could be a fan of the topic, the content. I think the delivery was a little muted.
Almost every time we take a call, we end it by going, "Ooh, okay, wow."
What about
Can't
Janet
believe you take
yesterday?
calls.
She defended our
Janet,
metropolitan area.
Well, that
She's
was
a
different.
star.
That was different. She's a unicorn.
Call in, Janet.
So this was the segment about Joe Davis and about his call.
That's correct.
Right.
I think people are getting more used to him. He's solid. He's rock solid. Even his call when the Dodgers won, it was not over the top, but I think it's really hard. Like, what do you say? Unless you're Nance and you've got something really clever. They've dodged history.
Oh, I thought his calls were outstanding. I really did.
Yeah, the Freeman one was great. Last night when they won it all, I mean, it's just, hey, the Dodgers have done it. I'm like, how many times? What do you say? La, la, la. They won it all.
Get involved on the program. We welcome you to call in, just like Eric in the Central West End did, 314-974-0101. Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. Robert Thomas at 9 o'clock. Chris Zimmerman on Amendment 2 at 10:15. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming your way at 10:45. That's what we have for you coming up on the program. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt taking the phone calls. This is TMA, and it airs on 101 ESPN. Presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. Underdog is the place to play if you are a sports fan looking to win money while watching sports. With over 5 million happy players and $2 billion won, Underdog makes it fun and easy to cash in on all your favorite athletes. This season, Underdog will be running a special promo or bonus almost every single day, like profit boosts. Pump up your winnings in just a tap when you apply the boost to eligible entries, and discounts where you'll get adjusted projections on certain players' stats to give you a better shot at a big W. And then free picks. They're basically a sure thing. Player just has to go higher than 0.5 for that selection to win. Plus, all new users get a free pick. Download the app, sign up with the promo code PARTY, P-A-R-T-Y, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code PARTY. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Get involved on the program by call, by text, by email. And you can participate in the YouTube chat, the 101 ESPN YouTube channel and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Cards Nation 95 wants to call in, and he is not happy with Jackson flirting with Eric, and finds it offensive and wants to call in and discuss that with you.
Yeah, I would do it. Call him and rip him.
Cards Nation 95. This is your time. 314-974-0101. But you better hustle because Robert Thomas is going to be with us, and I think he was a fan of it, so that'll be good.
And we've got Nick Saban audio, Barkley audio, but I feel like this was on the dossier yesterday. Is this a carryover?
Oh, you think the dossier's got a carryover?
Well, Nick Saban audio and Barkley audio, did you not play it yesterday?
Yeah, they're evergreen. I mean, it's just there. The dossier is so like...
You felt like that was a little producer Joe-esque there.
Yeah, like it's an answer, but it's not. Like, did you play it yesterday?
The dossier, I would say, no, I did not.
Okay, thank you.
But the dossier is not like a script. It's more of it's not load bearing, you know?
These are like the NFL.
Oh my goodness.
It's a bit like the NFL relocation guidelines.
You're going to be
just a
demoted to
suggestion.
VP of Special Projects within the next decade with those kind of
No,
answers.
it's not like a load bearing wall where like we have to do it, otherwise it's all going to crumble. You know, it's just kind of there. It's more of a support
zoning
beam.
committee somewhere?
I might.
So you didn't play the audio is all I was asking.
I did not. No, sir.
So we still have. I'm just saying there's a lot in this segment to get to.
Let's see, Tim, is it still in our advertising contract amendment 2 that you and Welly get to run a train on my wife? I'm asking for
come
her.
on.
That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. Another female listener. I mean, Martin, we're really tapping into the female demographic here. Of course, Mr. Licks is a fan of Eric in the Central West End. Sounds on par for a Central Corridor finance bro who couldn't get into SMU or TCU. That is from the Baldwin Beer Bitch. She's not happy, but she did win the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month last month. So she is established and credible with this audience, and it's great to see.
It's not that great.
Stacey McMillan.
Okay. Instead of worrying about the callers, maybe you ought to worry about your house. It's not looking that great. And Collier and Thompson can make it look better. They can. You talk about load-bearing walls. They can remove walls to open up the first floor, remodel homes that were purchased many years ago, and now you want that open look. You want that open floor space. Collier and Thompson does that all the time. They do mostly kitchens and bathrooms, and they do it better than anybody else. They've been around since the 1950s. Their employees have more than 160 years of combined experience. They're not a one-guy jack-of-all-trades, master-of-none type of deal. They have their own trip carpenters, specialized contractors like licensed electricians, plumbers, tile and drywall installers, floor guys, contractors you can trust, been around a long time. They do absolutely fantastic work. This is what you should be concerned about, not the callers on this here radio show. You ought to go to their website at CollierandThompson.com. Look at some of the before and after pictures, things that they can do, things they have done for other houses, and then you can imagine what they can do for yours. Would be a great investment in your home. Check them out. They've got a showroom there on Manchester and Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Collier and Thompson, come home to quality online at CollierandThompson.com.
Fans calling in to the Collier and Thompson phone line's always fun. 314-974-0101. This is Cards Nation 95. Martin, welcome him to the program.
Welcome, Cards Nation 95. Are you saluting the great team of 95? That would have been a Joe Torre
Scott
squad,
Cooper,
perhaps?
Todd Zeal.
I do hear the chairman answering the phones. He starts with, I hear you. I feel like they're venting. And he's trying to be sympathetic. He starts with, I hear you.
Good morning, Cards Nation 95.
He dropped.
Oh. Why did he drop? Did you hit the wrong button or something?
Jackson's been accused of being communist and censoring the voices of the people. Isn't that what he called back in?
Yeah, we got him.
I think that's what happened. Yes, Cards Nation 95.
Hey, how we doing this morning, fellas?
Oh, we're fine. You?
More wonderful.
I couldn't be worse. My morning drives have been made to be torturous.
Why is that?
My man Randy Character used to bless my ears every morning, and now I get told TMA. I don't know who the hell y'all are. I mean, never heard.
We can use that as a promo, Mark.
Yeah, please. If you want, you can send me a coupon for your favorite burger joint after you use that.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah,
I think we're winning them over potentially. with a good
What is your favorite place to get a burger? Cards Nation 95.
My house. I don't. I don't do all everybody else's burgers. I got the best in the town. So.
Oh, you're not talking about like the club in Columbia. You're talking about you prepare the best burger.
I do prepare the best burger.
God bless America. All right.
Yes, sir.
Can we send you some fries?
Man. Huh?
Can we send you some fries?
Oh no. You can send me some of them shakes you got.
Ooh, Martin, you're known for your shakes.
That's actually my calling name. Some of them shakes you got.
No, but all seriousness, fellas, we're trying to give y'all a chance. So
thank you.
We're just a little,
so much.
We're a little upset about it, but we understand.
Well, I mean, I think that's it's totally understood. Number one, the passion is weirdly, it might be counterintuitive to people what you want. Yeah. We have a longtime audience with TMA. They're frustrated by what they think is a change to the show, and then the 101 audience is understandably frustrated by what's been a change. And I guess what I would say to everybody, and I know plenty of people don't want to listen to me just because I'm really unlikable, is that the show has been on for 20 years. And
send him the shake.
Send him Martin's shakes. Is that what you? The show's been on for 20 years, and there's a reason for it, and to give it a chance. But maybe it's not for you, and if that's the case, then God bless America. Some people like some things, some people like other things. Martin, producer Joe coined that phrase, and it is wise.
Is that on a shirt? It
actually is on a shirt.
I'll wear it tomorrow.
Sure it is.
Yep.
Cards Fan 95. Were you a fan of the 95 squad with Joe Torre?
I was born 95.
There you go. That was my next question.
Yeah,
Makes sense.
The last great generation. Everybody else is poo-poo now.
No doubt. You seem like an interesting caller. I'd welcome you back to the show down the road. Yeah, let's talk in a couple of weeks. Let's schedule something on the way out. See if they can't set something up. Get a date and time, and then let's see how you're feeling 2 weeks from now. If you still want the shakes, them shakes.
All right. Well, you have your people contact my people, and we'll get something done.
Okay,
Jackson, Chairman, you want to be our people?
Is it rude to ask what does 95 Cards Man do? Loosely?
Oh, I run around the highways on in 18-wheelers, so I got nothing but time to listen to y'all.
Okay.
Man on the road.
Are you from the St. Louis area? You got an accent that would suggest maybe you're from the South.
Oh, my family's from Mississippi, but I am from St. Louis.
Are you a hottie toddy, good gosh almighty fan? Hail State?
No. I'm an OSU fan, so.
Oh, wow.
Ohio
State, Buckeyes or Oklahoma State?
Oh, Buckeyes. Oh, yeah. Oh, the Ohio State.
Yeah,
Buckeyes.
Now I know what we're talking about. All right, Cards Nation 95, thank you so much for calling in, and don't be a stranger. Our people will contact your people.
All right, I appreciate it. And y'all have a good show if you can.
Son of a gun, this guy.
He doesn't think it's possible. He doesn't think it's possible.
Yeah,
I think I'm going to become a fan. I would welcome him. See the receptionist on the way out. See if we can't schedule something for. We'd like to see you back in about 2 weeks.
Robert Thomas going to join us on the other side of the break. Martin's got a surprise guest at 9:30.
Oh, shoot, that's right.
The Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, 10:45. You're listening to TMA closing out the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour, the morning after. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance, 9 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett with you on the program. And you are always welcome to get involved on this show by texting in the Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646, emailing in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, and calling in to the Callier and Thompson phone lines like Cards Nation 95 did, and he's a delight. And the number is 314-974-0101. And guess what, Doug? Robert Thomas of your St. Louis Blues has just called in to the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Robert.
Hey, guys. How we doing?
Good. How are you doing? How are you feeling? What's going on?
Not much. Getting better slowly, starting to feel a little bit better. And, yeah, it's a little bit frustrating, but slowly getting there and trying to speed it up as much as possible to get back soon.
I'm intrigued to see what takes place tonight in Philadelphia after a game like Tuesday night. And Saturday night in Montreal wasn't particularly great, but those will happen. 8-1 doesn't happen all that often. You've been in rooms with big wins. You've been in rooms with tough losses. What do you think the message will be from Drew Bannister and from the leaders of the team going into tonight's game, trying to bounce back against the Flyers after what's taken place here the last couple?
Yeah, obviously really frustrating. Those games suck. Just from the get-go, I think we need a better start, and I think it kind of just snowballed after that. So those are really tough games to be a part of. You obviously don't ever want to lose that bad, and I'm excited to see the response tonight. I know playing, when you're in the lineup, you're really excited for that next day to go, so it's kind of in the last games in the rearview mirror. So I'm hoping we get a good start here tonight, and, I'm excited to watch.
I know it sucks being out, period, but that trip, going to Toronto, going to Montreal, Ottawa, as a kid that grew up in the Toronto area, did that add to the sting?
Yeah, definitely. It seems like throughout my career, I've always seemed to miss the Toronto game. I've only played there twice, and this is my, 7th year, I think. So it's been pretty crazy that I just never seem to be able to play in Toronto. But, it definitely stings. Tons of friends and family planning on coming to the Canadian swing. So, disappointed about that.
When you're hurt, do you stay that close day to day? Do you go to all the practices and all the meetings and everything? I guess you have to, huh?
Yeah, you're still around. You try and stay around as much as possible. But at the same time, you need to do what's best for you to try and heal up as quickly as you can, as it's more important to get back quicker and join the guys. So you stay in touch, especially on the road. You're texting a lot of guys and doing everything you can to get back as quick as possible.
How do road trips give a team an opportunity to maybe get things going? As Bernie Federko said when he was with us in the previous hour, as rough as it was on Tuesday night, you win tonight, and it's 2-2 on the road trip. And I remember Pat Maroon saying, weirdly enough, that it was the road trip, the famous Gloria road trip, but that road trip and guys getting a chance to hang out together that really helped bring that famous team, the 2018-2019 Blues, together. What can go on within the realm of what can be shared, of course, when guys are on the road that can help bring a team together?
Yeah, I think just being together, having fun, whether it's dinners, whether it's a couple of beers with guys. It's a great way to get to know people. For some of us, you've been around guys for 5, 6, 7 years, so you know them pretty well. But obviously this year we got a lot of new faces, and there's no better way to know someone, get to know someone than having a couple of beers or having dinner with them. So I think that's where the road is so important. We usually get a bunch of team bonding time before the season and on the first road trip. And those times are really, really important to getting everyone on the same page and getting just a better feeling in the room for what makes guys work and personalities and all that good stuff.
Did you know right away it's broken? I mean, is it that obvious, your ankle? And what's the longest you've ever been out?
Yeah, I knew right away. I could just feel it. I was trying to get a couple more shifts in before the adrenaline and shock wore off, and then I really couldn't put any weight on it. So, the TV timeout kind of screwed me there. But I think this might be one of the longest I've been out. So this is a little bit of new territory for me.
And Robert, it's not my fault, but I have to admit, you and I, on the TV side,
what do we got going on here?
We did a segment on Fox 2 on opening night, the home opener, and Robert was gracious enough to be our guest. And I said, hey, last year you played all 82 games.
Oh, you jinxed
No,
it.
I don't think there's a jinx. I'm not taking, but I know that's something you pride yourself in. I just want to get that out of the way. It's not my fault. This guy's been an Iron Man. So what do you do on game? Are you just watching every game, and is it hard to watch?
Yeah. Are you trying to make yourself feel better?
I have a feeling, Tim, I have a feeling that maybe inside the room I'm being blamed.
I hope so.
No, I'm just kidding. It sucks. It was, like I said before, it was really important for me, to get all 82 in. I thought it was a big accomplishment. Obviously, there's some injuries that you can't really plan for. It's not like, an injury where you can prevent it, just like a fluke accident. So for me, it's hard. Like being away from the team, watching games sucks, especially when you're injured. You just feel like you should be out there, and no matter how you're feeling or how your injury's feeling, you just feel like you can play, and that part of it really sucks. So you just try and focus on the recovery, and the days kind of blend together, and sometimes they fly by, so it makes it a lot quicker.
When you take a puck off the ankle and you're out for 6 weeks or more, I bet it makes you appreciate a guy like Ryan Suter, who's now almost 40 years old, blocking shots every night and still going strong. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, guys like that are they're special people. That's a long time playing. It reminds me a little bit of Jay Bomeister a couple years ago. They're smart players. To be able to play that long in the league and through different trends and how much the league's changed and still be able to be effective every night, it's really impressive.
Robert Thomas, our guest here on 101 ESPN. It's TMA. I don't know how well you know Daddy Padre, who has been an incredible. There you go. There's our answer, Doug. Emergency backup goaltender, but he has sent in a few texts. He said, Tim, ask Bob how much Call of Duty Black Ops 6 he's played since he's been hurt. And he wants an answer on that. Have you been able to improve that game while you've been sitting out?
What's funny is he must be listening because my phone's buzzing in my ear right now.
Oh boy.
Do a lot of people call you Bob?
Yeah, and should we?
No, usually just him, to be honest.
Good.
He's a funny dude.
Hell of a netminder, right?
He said someone would say something like that. So
probably don't win the cup without him.
Thank you for giving him the proper credit.
He texted me this morning making sure his name's brought up, so I'm glad he texted in with you guys as well.
He says he's going to be back on the ice rehabbing with you soon, so it's good to know that he's going to help you along the way. That'll be great for Blues fans to hear.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Vital information.
Yeah.
It's outstanding. I always like to judge a man by his golf handicap, and when I know a guy plays the game and he's joining the program with us for the first time anyway, I see you are, Martin, he is a 4.6 index. Yeah.
Where do you find that?
The Gen app.
Okay.
I guarantee you Robert knows all about that. How do you feel about your game, and are you trending in a negative direction now with no opportunity to get work in here on the broken ankle?
Yeah, definitely it was a bad summer for me. Didn't get to play as much as I would have liked. So yeah, I was better. I was a 2.8 going into the summer, and took a tough break this summer. But yeah, I love golf. I love it. I play usually all summer, and it's one of those sports that you can never seem to figure out. You're always chasing it, and I think that's why we all love golf.
Amen.
You don't want to be chasing the game. Hey, final thought for me. What about Saturday? Chief back in the building, your former coach. You win a cup with him. I'm guessing you'll be there. What would that be like to have Craig Berube back in the building?
I'm sure there'll be a great recognition from the team and from all the fans for everything he's done. Obviously a great coach, a great person, and someone that we miss. He's been, for a lot of us, especially for me, coming in my first year, he made me into the player I am today, and I can't be thankful enough for all he's done for me. So it'll be a nice special moment for him, and let's hope he doesn't leave with a win.
At 6 p.m., Blues, Leafs, Craig Berube makes his return to St. Louis. Robert Thomas here with us on TMA, talking it over. Robert, thank you so much for the time. We really appreciate it, man.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Good chatting, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you so much. That's Robert Thomas with us
Is it
here.
Tom or just Bob? No.
I mean, maybe Daddy Padre says calling him Bob, but it sounds like he doesn't necessarily enjoy that. But he puts up with it from the emergency backup goaltender.
Dan O'Neill, PR man for the Blues, has called him Bob to me before.
Oh, wow.
But I don't know if that's something he doesn't like, so they just kind of poke him with that. I'm not sure. I was going to tell you about my jinx the other day, and I forgot to, and I thought I'm just going to come clean, like Father McKernan over here in the room, full confession. One of the topics I brought up, that opening, hey, you played 82 games last year. And I kind of thought he was thinking, oh, God, don't bring it up. Like,
Yeah, they usually don't like that. I've been scolded for questions like that in interviews, too. Where I said, you've managed to stay healthy. What's the secret? They don't want that. They don't want that.
But I was looking back at last year. This has already happened. I'm not looking ahead. I'm just looking back and complimenting him on playing all 82. I think Cairo might have played 82 last year. There were a couple of guys that were right there.
Yeah, and it's great to have Daddy Padre helping us out.
Yeah, it seemed like there's some synergy there.
Well, he had been permanently banned. But I guess now the floodgates are open for him.
He was texting you and him, making sure
that he was
worked his way into the show.
Yeah. Jackson holding up the Pit Now signs for Tim is my new favorite part of the show. That's from Andrew Long, and I believe that's in the TMA STL YouTube channel. Is that what it says? Pit Now?
Is that like a NASCAR reference?
I believe so.
Hold up the sign.
Yeah.
No, it's just
Charlie Marlowe, auto racing expert.
It's just for live reads, really.
Yeah. Then Munganast is the live read that I have. Munganast St. Louis Acura, Munganast Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com, and a secret number for our listeners. So for you to go directly to the people in charge, because they want to be accessible to the TMA listeners like they have been for so many years, and now our new listeners here on 101 ESPN, and that's what we would tell you. They are incredibly accessible, so much so that they've set up this number for you to call or text, and the number is as follows: 314-252-0029, 314-252-0029. Call it or text it with any questions or requests you may have from the people whose names are on the dealership. That's Peter Munganast and Jamie Burkhardt. Munganast St. Louis Acura, Munganast Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. All right, we will. Who is this narcissistic e-bug? That's from Doug's prison wallet. There he is, right there.
Just a little annoying, Martin. Just a touch.
His family owns vending machines.
Oh, yeah. That's what he does. Yeah.
Thanks, Kilcoyne. Now Kairu's going to get injured. That's from the 218.
Gosh.
Oh, come on. You're trying to get Kairu hurt, too? WTF. That's
He better not get hurt tonight.
Kairu gets hurt tonight. Oh, boy.
It's on me.
Yep. Oh, boy. And Daddy Padre's adamant that his ban was a text ban. That's what got him and Iggy sideways. They played a round of golf, and if Iggy won, he was banned. Iggy says it was an entire ban. Daddy Padre says it was just a text ban. Well, we need to take this thing to
Brown and Crouppen.
To Brown and Crouppen. That's exactly who needs to tend to it. All right, we'll take a commercial break, come back with more. This is TMA. It's on 101 ESPN. Welcome back to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. We are in the 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance, 9 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt returning to the studio to make sure that he can answer all the calls. I think the calls are wonderful. Cards Nation 95. Maybe not a friend of the show, but he's willing to give the program a chance. And what else can we ask for?
He's an unhappy trucker. That's what he is. Unhappy Mississippi trucker.
I feel like we had coffee, and he's open to lunch. Okay? So we're going to revisit in a couple of weeks.
How about this one, though, Martin?
Oh, boy.
You guys are not very good.
Oh, that's it.
Okay.
No,
That's
there's
the
more.
entire text.
I liked it. It was short and to the point. Kind of like Tim.
Well, that's one of his complaints, actually.
Is
You
that
guys
your
are not
short?
very good. No, that of course, is usually included. You guys are not very good. Boring. No sports. Bernie Federko and Robert Thomas have already joined the program this morning, including 2 World Series segments. But nonetheless, you guys are not very good. Boring nor sports. Tim is arrogant and never gets to the point. See, how about that? I'm going to listen to music until 11 every day. Good luck. 4 hours. Be a lot of suicidal people in the morning. That's from the 618. It kind of took a turn there, and had I seen that.
Really dark.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have read that one. But any opportunity to,
I hate to see people harm themselves over our content.
Right.
I do get annoyed. I don't care what anybody says. You're welcome to your opinion. There's a million shows that I don't like, that I don't listen to, and it's totally fine. But when they're factually incorrect, that's what bothers me. They don't talk any sports, and then you run down the list. I would do news talk at 5:50, and people would say, all they talk was sports. And I would email the woman back, usually an older woman, and I would email back the rundown of the show. We were talking to the reporter in Jerusalem at 6:50. We talked to a White House correspondent at 7. I would send the entire dossier back and say, you show me in there. I might have said, and the Blues play tonight. Oh, there he goes again.
Is that what you did over there? You did a news program?
On occasion, I would fill in for McGraw, and it's a news show. But if you are the sports guy at night and you happen to mention, oh my God, he's talking about sports again, and nobody cares. I'm not reading the exit velo of the Freddie Freeman base hit last night. Good God. So I think people have every right to criticize. Just be factually correct. That's my only point.
I think that's a reasonable request. I don't know if it'll necessarily be executed, but nonetheless, I think it's reasonable. We have a surprise guest coming up at 9:30. I can't wait to hear.
This would be an on-again, off-again segment, okay? And, it'll happen on occasion. Okay. I can't tell you what day and what time.
Okay. With this person or just in general surprises?
Just the surprises. Jackson and I, we do a lot of texting at night.
Let me tell you something here. You and Jackson have a quick bond, I've noticed.
I DM'd him last week for his phone number, and I thought, this is really creepy. Hey, young fella, what's your phone number? Once I knew we were going to be working together.
Could be a May-December romance type of thing.
Was it weird that I answered that in the bathroom of a pizza restaurant?
Yeah. It is weirder. Yeah. But he responded quickly to a DM, so he must be monitoring those.
Oh, is that right? Well, Jackson's a man in love, so I don't think he's looking for ladies or gentlemen to be sliding into his DMs.
No, I don't know why. I was not looking at my phone a lot that weekend. I was not really on social media, but if I do get a Twitter DM, which is rare, I usually pop in there, and I saw it was from Martin Kilcoyne, and I was like, oh my God, I got butterflies in my stomach, and I
for heaven's sake,
I wanted to answer promptly. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, you are. But were you a big fan before? Because you were too young to listen when Martin was on from 2004 to 2006. I mean, I at least assume you were 6.
Right. So when we came over here, we're doing a lot of best of segments to put into the hashtag skeleton for TMA All Day, which still plays on 105.7 HD2. And I heard a lot of Martin segments when I was putting those in, and I was like, man, this Martin guy is really, really good. And you've appeared a couple times on TMA since You Have to Know 6. So I really liked it. I really liked the stuff.
This is my guy.
Yeah, it's a quick bond. Doug, do you feel like we're on the outside looking in?
Feels like it. Feels very much like that.
Yeah. Then we're going to form an alliance with Chairman Kurt.
But I dressed up like Doug today, so I still have a ton of love. I'm all love.
It's just like Rams Park. You're over there. Martin and Zimmerman are over there. I got Army and somebody over here. And then all of a sudden we'll shift alliances and we'll take down the whole building.
That's what the plan is.
That's the goal.
Guys, it's pretty clear that Jackson and Martin are at the very least making out, and I'm happy for both of them. That's from Arbor Day. He was the Milagro Tequila Texture of the Year in 2023.
Okay.
That's Joe Kelly, formerly of the Cardinals.
Really?
Yeah, and that was at the spring training picnic table. Don't know why he was making that sound. I just know it's one of my favorite drops.
I do have a suggestion for the team. If we can get back to the picnic table, and this is a serious topic.
Oh, I love where you're going with this.
Well, if we can get Chaim Bloom at the picnic table, I want to ask about Mookie Betts because I'm watching that little bugger win another World Series, and I'm thinking, why did the Red Sox trade him? And everybody has said Chaim Bloom was forced to, and I want to kind of know for the record what went down there in Boston.
I think that the Cardinals have used COVID as the official excuse to put the nail in the coffin of the picnic table. And for our new listeners on 101 ESPN who are not TMA listeners, and I realize that's a large number of people, we used to do the show starting in 2005, Martin and Doug. Then we carried it all the way through 2020 because the COVID thing didn't start up until March 2020. Every year, minus 1 year, known as the Fesco year, we were
historians have labeled it as such.
That we were down there doing the program from 20 feet away from the clubhouse door, and we would get these guys on the roster throughout the course of the show. And some guys, such as Edmonds, who didn't want to participate in drills, would just come over to the picnic table and do the show with us.
Not hitting today. Sitting this one out. Remember when a foul ball hit his truck or his vehicle? He ran, or no, it wasn't. Somebody sat on the grill, and they were playing catch, getting loose, and he screamed a profanity. It was like a Cardinal fan, may have been a friend of Mr. DeWitt's, and he screamed, "Hey, Jack Wagon, get off my car!" As loud as anything.
Okay, knock it off.
Naked bodies.
He would say those kind of things, too. Very hurtful. Extremely hurtful. Painful. To this day.
He was way more interested in the show than he was the squad.
That's correct. Yeah, at that point, he had 12 years in the big leagues and didn't feel like he needed to catch fungos. Martin, would you like to tell the people about lowtusa.com and Mentality? I think you would.
I'm excited about this. Want to talk to the folks at Mentality? I know that's what I'm going to be doing. lowtusa.com. That's the website. We're talking to folks who've lost their edge, the energy, the focus you used to have, that drive. You want to get back on track, you can do it with Mentality Health. We talk about this show a lot of times. It needs to get back on track.
Yes.
Look in the mirror, fella. You need to get back on track. Enter the promo code RISE. Just go to lowtusa.com. Unlike those other online services, Mentality offers in-person consultations, board-certified physicians who have treated over 25,000 men. It's FDA approved, comprehensive care. You know what it's like to have fatigue, low energy. It doesn't count if you're up at 3 a.m. like Martin and Doug because of them storms and the alarms going off. I'm talking about in general. Low fatigue, low energy. You want to get yourself back on track? Do it with Mentality. lowtusa.com. Get online, make a difference, and enter that promo code RISE.
John Scores says in the YouTube chat, definitely need the picnic table back.
I think Chaim Bloom is the first guest.
Would it be up to him? Would he be the one to make that decision whether the table comes back?
How about Mo's final year?
He brings it back.
Like for his legacy. You want me to work on that?
Yes.
Okay.
I would love that. Do you go down there for the Two-Fox?
I have not been in a while. My colleagues have gone, but hold on, let me write it down. Let's see.
Okay.
Yeah.
You didn't write that down at all. You just scribbled something.
No, in all seriousness, I want to talk to Chaim Bloom about that topic. We won't tell him that.
Yeah,
we'll just
be an
say,
ambush.
Hey, it's a welcome to St. Louis type interview. Do you like toasted Raz? Do you like gooey butter cake? And then Doug goes, "What the hell happened with Mookie Betts?"
Trojan horse. It was a salary dump, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, but it's all been written up there that he was forced to. But I've never heard. Because right after that, they signed Trevor Story to a bunch of money.
That's correct.
I'm just kind of curious. That's all.
It's a fair question. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to participate in the program. Texting in, emailing in, calling in, all of that is there for you. Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. And the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. A surprise guest is joining us on the other side of the break. Yeah. All right. And Doug and I have to guess who it is, or we know right away?
No, you don't. You'll know. But
okay.
The surprise so far is that they haven't responded to my text.
Oh, no.
I'm a little concerned. That'll be a real surprise.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program is called The Morning After. It's brought to you by Brown and Crouppen, and we are in the 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance, 9 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Portland Trailblazers defeat the LA Clippers 106-105. Anthony Simons with 25 points. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Surprise, surprise, surprise. Now what, if anything, that ball contains, we don't know. This is an adventure you and I are going to be taking together.
You've got a big surprise coming to you.
Well, I think the real surprise is the guest has been on hold so long they probably hung up.
Oh,
my
no.
goodness. So it's the surprise line. We'll just have occasional people call
what
in
do we got?
that want to be part of the show. I'm just going to tell the caller, take it away. You're live on the air.
Thanks, 2020. I can't believe it. Dirtbag finally made the big time.
Wow.
Gosh.
Number 7 in your program, number 1 in your heart, Doug. Keith Walter Tkachuk.
Doesn't sound like he's any happier now than he was years ago.
Well, since you had me waiting for 6 minutes, it was, you know, I'm doing it for Marty. So.
I think he's concerned that I'm working with Dirtbag again. Marty, what are you doing?
He's riding your coattails again. The boys are back.
Walter, it's so wonderful to hear from you. What's going on, man? What do you got going on?
Nothing much, buddy. Just enjoying life, hanging out, watching hockey, and doing a lot of things, buddy. Scouting, it's all good. I can't believe this weather here in St. Louis too the last few days.
Have you been out on the golf course, I assume, ball striking? That's what I assume is really, really going on.
Yeah, I was out yesterday, but it wasn't called ball striking. I can tell you that much.
It was a little rough. I've told this story before, but then people take it as a humble brag, and it's really not.
I'm sure it is.
But it isn't. It's more about Walter busting my balls out on the golf course. I happened to be in front of him one day, and I was lucky enough to be playing golf with Marcus Allen, who lived in St. Louis. Did you know he lived in St. Louis?
Over in O'Fallon,
yes.
Illinois, I want to say.
Yeah,
Where else would you retire?
Here we go.
You told me 100 times you were playing with them.
You wouldn't take my calls. And so Walter is known for a very quick pace of play when he's out there. And he felt like I was a little too deliberate over the shot, and he didn't know that I was playing with Marcus Allen. And so from behind me, you hear Tkachuk go, "Hey, dirtbag, pick up the pace. This isn't the Masters. We don't need 5 practice swings." And Marcus Allen goes, "Oh, who's that?" And I go, "I got to introduce you. You guys would probably enjoy each other's company. Neither one of you like me."
Yeah, well, and on top of that, it was really hot out. It was like 95, 100 degrees, and you're wearing pants.
Pants will shave strokes off your game, Doug. You agree with that?
No, I
don't.
3 strokes. 3 strokes minimum. Thank you.
I called the clubhouse like 5 times that day to get somebody out to speed you guys up.
Got a Hall of Fame running back.
Yeah.
He's probably thinking, they don't act this way at Riviera. Hey, dirtbag, let's go.
Thought he was
Big Walt's at Old Washington, but he acts like he's at Tower T.
Well, when he saw me, he figured he might be at Tower T.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Hey, Walt, did Brady really have to do it to us like that, huh? The 2 goals and everything?
Wow, that was a tough one to watch. I can tell you that much. That was ugly, but it wasn't. You know, Ottawa had a rough 2 games before that they probably should have won. So they were going to come out hungry, and I don't know what happened to us, but it's just one of those games that you throw away, you learn from, you're disappointed, but you know, happy for Brady that he had a decent one, but expected more from us that game for sure.
Did you guys know Walt is the Blues director of player recruitment?
No.
I did not know that. I
He
knew
gave me
he
a
had
card one time.
Wow.
Director of player. Tell the fellas what you've been doing, Walt. They miss you. They need to know.
I still can't believe I have a title like that. I don't even know what it means, but
You and Gert trying to get together.
no, I'm out there humping on the trail, trying to find some players, and I've been doing a lot of scouting for draft eligibles now. I'm actually heading out this weekend to watch some players, so I enjoy it. I love it. You know, it's just Chantel and I at home. We're here between here and Naples, and I love being a part of the Blues, and I love doing that. And it's fun. It's a lot of fun being with the guys and being part of the process of delivering some players here and trying to get to next level and win a Stanley Cup again.
Have you found any decent players yet for the organization?
Yeah, Robert Thomas.
Oh, you found him?
There's a promo.
Nice.
There's a promo.
That was a good get.
Yeah.
Robert lived with Tkachuk. He lived with you.
Yeah, we miss him right now, that's for sure. He's a great kid, and it's unfortunate that he got hurt. But, it's across the league right now. There's a lot of teams that are going through injuries right now. And, you look at Florida, too. They were missing Matthew and Barkov for most of the season. It's up to other guys to step up. So that's a big loss when you lose your number one center here in St. Louis.
I always want to know how Walt enforced curfew. Like, all right, Backus, all right, Robert, you got to be home by 11. And then you're snoring on the couch.
Well, let's get one thing straight. These guys didn't run like we used to in the past. So, like being a chaser. So, these guys are playing Xbox most of the time. That's their kryptonite, trust me.
I remember you talking about that when you came in and did the podcast one time, that I guess Matthew was up playing like at 2 in the morning and he was playing with Troy Brower or something like that. And you were really disappointed that he wasn't out at the bar. That he was playing like a video game with Troy Brower.
You're going to be up late. Like, come on. Like, let's get her going here. Like, well, we can't do that. And then you're playing with a grown man? That's a little creepy.
Aren't you glad they didn't have social media? That wasn't a big thing when you were a player? Could you have gotten in some trouble with people taking your picture everywhere you went back when you were active?
Oh, that's tough for these players. I feel for them with that. But, you got to be careful. But I have my own social media. Chantel, she was the warden of our house. So she was a tough one.
The warden. He's referring to his wife, the lovely Chantel from Winnipeg, Manitoba. The warden, he calls her. My buddy Matt Offenberg sends me a link the other day and says, Big Walt's a TV star now. Have you guys started a family show? I know you did stuff during COVID. Is there something new out there?
Well, they did that Prime Amazon thing on the NHL, and then one of them was on Matthew. So They followed him throughout the end of the year and into the playoffs. So I guess we were down there quite a bit. So we got on that show, and it was fun. It was fun. It was a good run, and the shows turned out pretty good, and it was interesting. Fans want to see the inside of what goes on in the locker room or at home.
Yeah.
So I thought they did a great job. I was a little nervous with some of the swears. I think my mom was more upset with Matthew and I for some of the language we had, but otherwise I thought it was good for the game.
She works the docks in Boston. How could she not have heard it all?
Yeah, she was on strike there for a while, so she had to go back to work, so she's still going.
Between you and your kids, you've made about $300 million. We got Grandma still working. She's got to be like 80.
Walking the picket line.
I think she wants to work to get away from my dad. That's why. He's a retired fireman, so he's always home now.
Are you in a commercial as well, like Tim Hortons spots or something?
No, that was last year. They did it. Chantel did one with the boys. Then I did one with the boys. So that was last summer, and I think it ran all last year during the season. So that was a lot of fun. I'm just relevant because of my kids, I guess. I don't know.
Look at this, Doug. He's a SAG-AFTRA member just like us.
Yeah, we're brothers. Brotherhood.
Hey, Walter, Martin's on a mission to figure out why Mookie Betts left the Sox. And
don't get me going.
I knew I was going to get you going. So now you see Betts win a world championship last night. Wait, what the hell happened?
He's done with the Sox.
Really? I'm done with the Sox. Once they got rid of Mookie Betts, I lost all interest, and this is a team that I grew up idolizing and watching, and I'm obviously from Boston, but I've cut ties. I'm done with that. Mookie Betts I don't know him, but he is a guy that's a winner, and he's just, it seems like an unbelievable great guy, not just a great athlete, but a great person. And once they got rid of him, I was done with the Sox. Done. And I'm happy for him that he beat the Yankees because nobody likes the Yankees.
Have you adopted the Cardinals, or are you just done with baseball?
Oh, yeah,
Where are you?
Cardinals.
All right. God bless America.
They gotta get going. They gotta get it going here. We need some of these old winners back to take over and get this team to the next level.
Maybe they could use a new.
We need Carpenter back.
Oh, Carp.
We need Carp back. We need Molina back. We need Pujols, Wainwright. We need these guys in the fold.
Maybe they could use a new director of player recruitment. Oh. You could double dip. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I can spot talent, boys.
Oh, yeah. This guy's up in Sarnia on the weekends. He could be in Naples, but he's up there working for your St. Louis Blues, looking for talent.
That's right. 2020. You got it.
Look at this. 2020.
Dubbed by, I believe, Mike Caruso bragged that we were basketball teammates in high school, and Big Walt said Oh, geez, this guy played ball probably only when they're down 20 or up 20.
Now
That's why I call him 2020.
I can't walk into the rink without seeing, I'm a respectable man of the community. Hey, 2020. And everybody says, why are you 2020? Because I sucked at basketball.
Yeah, nobody questions why I'm dirtbag, though. It's interesting how that works.
There is no question.
Yeah, that's on brand. Walter, it's wonderful to hear from you. Thank you for calling in. And I know you're so excited that me and Marty are working together again. And then, of course, Doug is here, and he's wearing a conductor hat. I'm sure you've been watching all morning on YouTube. And I don't know if you have had a chance to meet Jackson?
Doug just throws out the old every 1 minute throws out his dinger, which I love. He's that silent assassin.
No, he's a sniper. He's very dangerous.
Mm-hmm. Got good hands.
and saucy mitts.
Jackson, have you had a chance to meet Walter at all?
Never met, but I just spoke with him on the phone before the segment.
Jackson, ask Jackson look good, buddy. No need.
Jackson's really pro NBA and not really a big fan of hockey, which doesn't really play particularly well with the 101 ESPN audience. Walter, you want to give any counsel?
I just heard about the Clippers loss. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. I won't be able to sleep. I won't be able to sleep tonight. Thanks, Jackson.
I'm busy cheering on Matthew's high school classmate, Jason Tatum.
He spun it. He tried to spin it. That's what he tried to do to you, Walter.
Oh, my God. The Clippers lost. Oh, my God. I won't be able to get some sleep tonight.
And I don't want to bury the lead, but it's Halloween, and the Tkachuk family with the warden were famous because they would give out the full candy bars.
Oh, wow.
And every year, Walt would say, Matty, bring the kid over. I'm like, Carson's like 1. He's 2. And so by the time he's 7, 8, 9, looking for the candy bars, he goes, you missed it. We moved. Forget it.
Yeah, we used to. That was awesome back in the old neighborhood. There was like Chantel went out and got all the best, and we had more people coming over. Next thing you know, we had a party in the house when we didn't actually have a party. So we miss those days, and now the kids are all gone and out of the house, and now we're just stuck with the two of us.
Well, I'll
thrilled to hear that. A new book.
I'll stop by and ask for some candy if that helps.
Hey, Walter, the Warson Woods wacko wants us to ask you about, please have Walt explain why he and Brady sat first class and shoved his wife and daughter in the back of the plane en route to Boston. I don't know what this means, but the Warson Woods wacko says he has a connection to you. Is there any truth to this allegation?
Nah, that's 100% truth. Brady and I will just say to Chantel and Taryn, play better.
And she was okay with that?
She's the warden.
She just headed back to the back of the plane?
Yep. Sorry. Get the K signs up back there. You got to put the K signs like they're at a ball game and she's so far back.
I remember, that reminds me, you were really sideways when the Cardinals had Josh the Bat Boy because you felt like he was about 35, and you would go to Cardinal games and you would scream at the poor Bat Boy because you felt he was a little too old to be the Bat Boy.
Yeah, 1, he had his name on the back of his jersey, and 2, he was 38 years old. Bat and boy, 38 years old, doesn't mix in my book.
Yeah, this is the only program where Bat Boys are put on alert.
Oh, I got one last one. Were you watching the series when those Yankee fans grabbed Mookie Betts and they interfered with the play and grabbed his arm and tried to rough him up a bit?
You know what? They claim these guys are heroes. That was terrible what they did. They interfere, which is fine. That's just, a reaction. But then they try to steal the ball out of his glove and take his arm. And then people are complaining they got kicked out. Are you kidding me? What's wrong with these people? That's New York for you.
So that would not have happened at Fenway.
100%. They got issues here, too.
Right, I just wanted to make sure.
Is it possible there was just a couple of dirtbags?
I think the Boston people would have been more concentrating on their beer than just on a ball.
Those two goofs.
Shout out to Irish.
Yeah, amen. Walter, it's wonderful to hear from you. Thank you so much for joining the program, and don't be a stranger.
Yeah, congratulations, guys. Dirtbag, don't screw this up, please.
Oh, there it is. How about that, Doug? Yeah. That was a pep talk. I think it's a drop. Yeah, I think it was. Thank you, Walter.
All right, boys. Take care.
There he is. That's Keith Tkachuk with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. What a wonderful surprise is 1 for 1, Martin.
Well, you guys looked a little surprised at first. You weren't sure who it was. I thought you would get it the voice right away.
If I had to bet, I would have said I would think it would be Tkachuk just because we had talked about it. But then he kind of disguised his voice, and I'm like, oh, hold on a second here. Hold on a second. I know Jackson has no idea who he is. So,
Oh, come on. You don't know who he is?
Of course I do. Big Walt.
You know about his playing career?
Dog. 511 career goals, I want to say.
I think he has more goals than any other American-born player in league history, or he used to. And that means nothing to you? It's all about this Clippers game?
His son Matthew's the same age as me. We were the same class in high school. Obviously, I think of the shout-out. I went down the road. Yeah, I thought so. Anthony Simons, 25.
You seem to be impressed at your Clippers update.
Well, Blazers won.
How about this? One of 47 NHL players to have scored 500 goals, Tkachuk remains one of only 4 eligible players to not be a member of the Hockey Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
How about that?
How is that possible that he's not in?
He's obviously a Blues Hall of Famer, U.S. Hockey Hall of Famer, but he is not in the Hockey Hall of Fame.
We talked about it on some of the podcasts and segments that we've done, and he said, hey, I don't know. What am I going to do? And I said, well, do you want to? Well, yeah, what a stupid question. I'm like, so I think he would love to be in the Hockey Hall of Fame. But I don't know. I mean, the Blues didn't have a lot of postseason success when he was here, but I think the numbers are overwhelming. I think it's going to happen at some point.
Got to the conference finals 1 year with him. Yeah. That was one. I don't know if I told you or if you heard Ray Bork do the interview. He said the best series I ever played in was the Blues and Avalanche in 2001. And I remember seeing it. I go, God, that was a 5-game series. But I think 4 of the 5 games went to overtime, and the other one was a one-goal game. And had the Blues gotten that thing back to St. Louis, who knows? But they lost in 5 games. So yeah, I don't think he ever got past the second round. But that one time in St. Louis. Maybe that factors into it. I don't know.
I mean, that's the only thing I can think of is postseason. Sometimes when guys don't get into a hall right away, it's, I didn't win enough in the postseason. But the numbers, 500-plus goals is an insane amount.
And the last one went in off his teeth. Remember, he lost half his teeth, and he was fighting that for a year or two.
And you made it that far in the career without losing the grill.
By 74. All right, we'll close out the segment. Martin, you've got things coming up, but you got one segment left. And then Jackson will have his little piddles questions for Thursday.
That's my guy over there. That's my guy.
I know you guys have got an alliance. What is the name of today's set of questions, Jackson?
Today is Jackson's Thursday questions.
Oh, boy, that's creative.
Really original.
I said already.
I think I call it a press conference Thursday, where I'm the media and I ask you guys stuff.
Okay.
Martin, you sure you don't want to stick around with that kind of...
Yeah. We'll also have Chris Zimmerman. We'll have Chris Zimmerman at 10:15.
We will, talking amendment, too. I'm anxious to talk it over with him on that. We talked a little bit about it in our Munganess 7 o'clock hour as St. Louis University's polling showing 50% of voters are yay on Amendment 2. That's the gambling Missouri sports amendment. And then 31% no, and the remaining were undecided. We'll see what he has to say about it, why it's so important to the Blues and other organizations around the state. That's coming up at 10:15. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 10:45. Keith Tkachuk, Robert Thomas, Bernie Federko with us already on the program. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Exciting news from Together Credit Union. They have partnered with the St. Louis Zoo, an exclusive St. Louis Zoo debit card. And the way it works, you're wondering, well, Martin, how does that work? Well, the Zoo debit card rounds up every time you have a transaction, donates that money to the St. Louis Zoo. So every time you use that debit card from Together Credit Union, they're rounding up and giving money back to the St. Louis Zoo. That means your donation is going to help further the zoo's mission, including growth at the St. Louis Zoo's Wild Care Park in North St. Louis. That's opening in 2027. All Together Credit Union members with the St. Louis Zoo debit card receive an exclusive membership to the St. Louis Zoo. So you open an account, you get the debit card. You also have a membership to the zoo. Great for the kids, the grandkids, family members coming into town. Everybody, all ages, love going to the zoo. You can do it now with that zoo membership, including discounts, attraction tickets, parking perks, and more. If you sign up before the end of the year, you'll receive a sea lion plush toy. How about that? I might give it to the boys here. A sea lion plush toy with your St. Louis Zoo debit card. You can get the card simply by going to a Together Credit Union branch, 14 in the metro area, definitely one by you, or go online, together.com. cu.org. Together, cu.org/zoo.
Well, Martin, the surprise guest segment has won another listener over. You know, I was out on the new morning show, mainly because of Jackson.
What?
But after the segment with Big Walt, I'm locked in. This is quality entertainment. That's from the 636. Okay. Jackson, you say it brick by brick, one by one. We will go door to door if we have to.
Yep. Inch by inch, and we'll take the miles when we get them.
And the sports updates are helping, too. When
I agree with that.
Sounds like it
keep us abreast of what the Clippers are doing.
Clippers update.
That's what it was.
That was a lot of drops in the making, I feel. Can you go through that later when you have time and pull a drop or two out of Big Walt?
No problem.
Look at that. No hesitation either, Doug. Do you notice that?
No problem.
This is a guy who's locked in right now.
If there's one thing about me, it's that I'm affable.
Gosh, an eye on yourself, too, buddy.
Every time I talk to Jackson, I say, I'm not a big bit guy. He goes, but you just gave me a bit. And I'm like, that's true.
He's
It's
always
so true.
adamant that he's not a bit guy, yet he's only texting me about doing
We've come up
bits.
with a lot of, you have no idea. I just was texting with Joe Buck about some bits that I had in mind.
Sketches and bits.
Sketches and bits. And I said, I'm going to try this out. We'll try that. We'll get to it. We got a lot to get to. We got time. But I have one in my head, and it's Sauna Steve. But he's in the steam room at the MAC, but he calls in to talk stocks and tips, and the world's just busting his ass because he just can't get ahead. And he lost money in the Asian markets overnight. He might have to sell the Range Rover. You've kind of heard these guys. Have you ever been in a locker room?
They're very busy and very, very wealthy.
Wealthy and, yeah, wife wants to sell the house in Aspen.
If you had a chance to listen to the hashtag sketch and bit that Joe Buck sent us from the ticket on Bruce Bochy, I mean, it's worth playing on here. I played it for you, Jackson.
Yeah, really good.
It is essentially Martin's Ask Tony, but they do it in Dallas on the ticket.
Can we sue him?
That's up to you. I think it's your IP. It's brilliant, and Joe's like, you got to be doing nonsense like this, because I think Aikman has a stake in the ticket. I believe if at least he appears on there, and I think he has some equity in it. And the ticket's a super successful station, and the Ask Bruce Bochy is essentially Ask Tony 18 years removed.
Yeah. Maybe we'll have a binder, and we'll flip through it on occasion and say, it's the bag of bit. And you guys pick
bag of bits. Bag of bits.
And you guys pick the bit, okay?
I liked to ask Pobo yesterday where you did Mosaic.
Yeah.
The voice wasn't perfect, but the cadence was outstanding.
I was just trying to give you, my focus there was just the verbiage, just the actual answer.
And the cadence was really good,
too. The wording.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Jackson.
Has to be more condescending, too.
Martin, you've got things, right?
I do. I actually am running down to City Park. I don't think it's going to be called that much longer. Big news.
Talking with my guy, Matt Pauling.
I think they're going to have I know they're having a big announcement. I think we'll have a new name. Remember it was Centene Stadium for about a year or two? That went away. They labeled it City Parks. I'm curious to hear who's the new sponsor, what's the name, and how do you keep City Park, which I do think has some equity with fans.
I agree with that part. Yeah.
So I don't know if you say it's City Park presented by...
Enterprise has already got their name on the arena, so it's unlikely they would do the soccer team as well.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I better go find out.
All right, Martin's got things. I have 100 West Dental is where you can go on 100westdental.com and work with Dr. Brandon Pryor, who is in the YouTube chat quite often throughout the course of the show. 100 West Dental is online at 100westdental.com. And if you don't have dental insurance, that's not a problem at 100 West Dental. They have a membership plan, and the membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. They have a huge promo going on right now that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign. And if you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. Go to 100westdental.com or call 636-585-0100. It's 100 West Dental. And here's the thing. Dental health is not separate from the rest of your body's health, and bad dental health can lead to bad health for the rest of your body. Don't allow that to happen. If you haven't gone to the dentist in a while, go to 100westdental.com. Work with Dr. Brandon Pryor and his staff. It's on Manchester, right across from McKernan St. Louis Acura in Manchester/Baldwin in St. Louis County. All right, we will close out our final segment of the 9 o'clock hour, even though it's 10:04. We're doing our best with the clock. I don't know. We're doing our best, Doug.
It's all right.
Chris Zimmerman's going to join us coming up at 10:15 talking about Amendment 2. Martin's going to handle things in the City Park announcement. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. It's the Morning After. The show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurtz taking your phone calls on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. I mean, we put you on. You can hate the show. It's totally fine. Hell, that puts you in the majority. Call in. We'll talk. We'll get through it together.
Yeah, we can do that.
We'll get through it together.
Hold hands.
We've been joined by Bernie Federko, Robert Thomas, and Keith Tkachuk. So initially, 101 listeners are saying, you nitwits don't talk enough sports. Now we've had Bernie Federko, Robert Thomas, Keith Tkachuk. We're about to have Chris Zimmerman. Now it's you guys talk too much hockey.
We have sports updates. You get your Clipper scores right here. There's no other place to get the Clipper score.
That actually,
there's really no other way to find out.
If I'm being honest, like people did not know what happened in the Blazers-Clippers game, and I just informed them.
Yeah, you were breaking news.
Thank you very much. We had Cards Nation 95 call in. Delight.
I liked him.
Caller of the day for my money so far. Janet won the day yesterday. You can call in and talk it over. Chris Zimmerman at 10:15 on this Amendment 2 thing. I'm looking forward to hearing his perspective on it. Based on the polling data we see, it looks like it's going to pass. Then the question becomes, how does this impact the Cardinals and the Blues? And then also, how quickly will I be able to start submitting 10-game parlays, which are usually positive EV if you're into statistics and probabilities. Jackson, what have you prepared for me and Doug here on this Thursday?
What I have prepared for you is kind of a press conference Thursday. I kind of ask you gentlemen some questions.
Doug, is that clear enough for you?
Yeah, it's just, you're going to ask questions. That's the whole segment.
Sure.
And the name of the segment is Jackson Ask Questions?
No, Thursday press conference.
Okay.
Yeah, come on, Doug, seriously. So they're moving the Florida and Georgia game next year.
Because they're redoing a stadium in Jacksonville.
Redoing the
world's largest cocktail party, Doug, but you can't call it that because it's offensive.
Because people drink.
Moving it to Tampa, and a lot of people were kind of hashtag up in arms.
Where would they wanted it to be?
A home and home. Okay, it's a 2 year, so they wanted a home and home, but they will be doing it in Tampa. My question to you is, what is the best college football game to attend year in and year out? Because obviously schedules change. What do you think is the best game you can go to?
I like this question.
Well, Ohio State, Michigan's always a big one.
Yeah.
Probably won't be this year. Surprising.
Any game Mizzou's playing in. Is that the correct answer you're looking
That's
for?
what Jackson's looking. I've been to the last 2 home games. I don't think I'm going to head down to Columbia for the
I don't blame you on the
5-4 Oklahoma game.
People have probably paid a lot of money before the season started on those tickets.
I booked an Airbnb down there the night they announced the schedule last December. I was at my son's school Christmas concert, and I had a little time.
You weren't watching it?
I think it was during intermission. SEC schedule comes out. First thing I do is I get a place in Tuscaloosa. I get a place in Columbia for the Oklahoma weekend. And I have a feeling a lot of people are losing their cash on that unfortunate situation down there for both teams. I think a lot of people would say the Army-Navy game.
Yeah.
I would love to see that at some point. I would love to go to an Iron Bowl when it matters, though. Kind of like I'd love to go to Ohio State, Michigan, but this wouldn't be a year I'd want to go to that, and I really wouldn't want to go to Alabama, Auburn this year either. You know what I mean?
Totally.
I mean, the all-time great, and it was a one-off, was Missouri, Kansas when they were playing to be number 1 in the country in 2007 at Arrowhead, too. I mean, that made it even better that it was at Arrowhead.
Yeah. I think for me, any Penn State whiteout game.
Well, you really love the whiteout.
Just so you can wear a white T-shirt?
That's his thing.
Everything I've heard about Happy Valley is it's in the middle of nowhere. You come up over a valley and you see it's just in the middle of nowhere. It's like a football paradise, an oasis. And it goes you can feel the stadium shake. The energy's crazy. So I'd say any Penn State whiteout game at night.
Huh.
Doug doesn't like your answer, just so you know.
A night game at LSU would probably be fun to see.
That's a nice play.
Lane Kiffin would say the same thing.
Yeah, he wasn't too high on the fact that Hottie Toddy, good gosh almighty, is not going to get one SEC night game this year. And that's, it's one thing if you're kind of like a butt ass. But Ole Miss has been hanging around the top 10. Started the season in the top 10. Who knows? Maybe they can get into the playoff. It's certainly not likely at this point. Here's Lane Train being asked about the schedule.
And they just announced November 9th kickoffs, 2:30 for y'all against Georgia. So you got 2 morning, 2 afternoon kicks left. From your perspective or coaching perspective, is there any advantage at all to playing day to night kickoffs?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's proven over time in NFL and college. Playing at night in electric atmospheres is a home field advantage, and tough when you got to do that as a opposing team. So that's been proven for a long time, and So who went at night? LSU gets to play at night again, I guess. Shocker.
No.
So that's 2 for 2 for them. It is an advantage. I feel bad for our fans, to not have one night conference game. Is really unfortunate for them, and so whatever. It's just really disappointing, but it is what it is.
Okay. He sounds very young, doesn't he?
He got a voice like
sounds
51, 52?
He feels like he looks and sounds a lot younger than
Well, for the record, the game he's talking about and being disappointed it's not at night, and I get it, because it's the game that's going to determine whether or not Ole Miss is in the mix, and maybe Georgia for that matter. They get Georgia on November 9th, and it's a 2:30 start, and he wanted that thing to be at night.
Yeah.
But, Doug, what I'm known for is trying to look at things from both sides.
That's how everyone knows you.
Thank you. And if you're the television networks, we got Alabama and LSU. We don't want that going up against Ole Miss and Georgia.
Right.
Just like I believe the reason why Penn State and Ohio State is at 11 o'clock this weekend for that big noon goofball thing, because they did not want to have the chance of going up against Game 7 of the World Series, albeit that's not likely to happen every year. Obviously, it's not going to happen this year, but they don't want to risk that, and that's for television reasons. So, if anything, the Big Ten probably should have scheduled that game on a different day, because Penn State, Ohio State has a better than, I would say, 67% chance every year of really meaning something, just like Michigan and Ohio State does. This year happens to be a year where it's probably not going to mean all that much. So I get where Lane Kiffin's coming from. When I saw Missouri LSU last year was going to be an 11 o'clock kickoff, it destroyed me.
Yeah, it sucks. It sucks.
And then here's Missouri and Oklahoma. They get a night kickoff the same time that Alabama and LSU are playing, but that's because the game means nothing. And Ole Miss and Georgia means something, so it gets the 2:30 time slot, and that's what Lane Kiffin's pissed about.
Yeah, and also I think it's a total brand put too, because you get Alabama, LSU, two big brands, and LSU Death Valley at night. It sounds on paper to be like.
But here's the thing. And you know what, Doug? People also know me for fairness.
Fairness, and what was the other one they know you for?
Seeing both sides.
Seeing both sides and fairness. That's right.
It might be redundant, but that's what the people know me for. And here's the thing, Lane. You had a chance to beat LSU and make sure you got the night game. You beat LSU. I assure you, you're hosting Georgia, and that's a night game.
Yep.
Doug, holler if you hear me. Tupac, 1991.
I don't know the years, Tim.
Chris Zimmerman, Blue CEO, is going to join us on this Amendment 2 coming up in the next break. Looking forward to his perspective on why it is important to the Blues and to the Cardinals and the organizations in Kansas City as well, Chiefs and Royals, for this thing to pass and how it would impact St. Louis Blues fans inside the building. That is coming up on the other side of the break. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen and our Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN. Underdog is the place to play if you are a sports fan looking to win money while watching sports. With over 5 million happy players and $2 billion won, Underdog makes it fun and easy to cash in on all your favorite athletes' performances. Got Thursday night football this evening. Is tonight the night for the Jets to get it going? Fine, I'll go with higher. That's what I'm going to go with on Aaron Rodgers passing. I'm gonna buy in. That's where I'm going to go. This season, Underdog will be running a special promo or bonus almost every single day, like Profit Boost, where you can pump up your winnings in just a tap when you apply the boost to eligible entries. Discounts. You'll get adjusted projections on certain players' stats to give you a better shot at a big W, and free picks. They're basically a sure thing. The player just has to get higher than 0.5 for that selection to win. Plus, all new users get a free pick. Download the app, sign up with promo code PARTY, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code PARTY. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. Welcome back to the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. I've decided to stand in this segment, but I don't know if anybody can tell the difference. I'm usually sitting on two phone books.
Still same level.
Yeah. So I don't think you have to adjust anything, Jackson.
No.
It is the Mungan St. Louis Acura, Mungan Burkett, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt fielding your phone calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Send your emails in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. That comes your way at 10:45. And right now, it is our pleasure to welcome to the program Blues CEO, Chris Zimmerman. Chris, good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks so much for taking time out of your morning to join us and to give us your perspective on Amendment 2, which Missouri voters will go to the ballot box and make their choices known on this Tuesday. This has been something that the franchises throughout Missouri have really been backing. Why is this something that is important to the franchises and in particular important to the Blues, Chris?
Yeah, well, thanks for the opportunity to come on. And actually, I got out yesterday and voted. It's clear people are getting out early. So not just Tuesday, it's happening now. Anyway, sports betting, yeah, when the federal government legalized it broadly and it became an issue that was going to be regulated state by state, we, like states across the country, began to draft legislation. We spent, I forget whether it's 5 or 6 years now, trying to get sports betting legalized in our state. It's already been legalized in 7 of the 8 border states around us, and we, along with the other teams, believe that a regulated sports betting industry that can also provide benefits back to the state. And in our case, there's funding from the tax revenue collected that will go to support education. So for us, it's about giving Missouri residents the same rights that 38 other states have in most of our border states, and finding a way while we do that to also provide some other benefits back to the citizens of our state.
I see virtually every pro sports organization in the state of Missouri is supporting this. What is in it specifically for the teams?
Yeah, I think there's a couple things. I mean, one thing is that, and I compare it a lot with quite honestly, the growth of fantasy football. Sports betting is a way that fans engage and find additional interest and ways to really enjoy and be involved in sports. Whether it's betting on who's going to hit the first home run, who's going to score a first goal, all of these are elements, and particularly in today's world where so much is happening on people's phones, it's another way to engage fans, and we think over time to increase our fan base, which obviously, if there's a common theme, we all compete for people's attention, we compete for their discretionary time, and we believe that this is going to be a powerful, another powerful tool for engaging our fan base.
Does it benefit revenue for franchises?
Yeah, there'll be some sponsorship opportunity. It's not. There's no windfall here for the teams. Will there be sponsorships, whether it's from local sports betting, mobile sports betting? Sure, that's happened. I can tell you, out of the entirety of our budgets, it's a minor piece. So we're not spending all of this time because that there's a direct economic windfall. What it will do is, as I said, it will certainly provide another way our fans, many of whom are already participating in legalized sports betting. They're just driving over the border on a Sunday, and as you know, the numbers are not insignificant of people who are doing that, whether it's going to Kansas, whether it's going across Illinois and other states. So we feel like, we don't feel like, we know that this is happening. Thousands and thousands of our residents are finding other ways to bet. We believe regulating it and having benefits that come back to support, various needs, and in our case, education in Missouri is a much better thing for us to be doing.
Do you think this is going to pass? Do you have a good feeling about it?
I have a pretty good feeling. Like everything else that's, I think, happening in this election cycle, well, maybe not everything, that may be an overstatement, but there are people on both sides. I get that. I've quite honestly, I've been trying to understand. We keep trying to dive deeper and understand the people who are opposed, and I recognize some. For some, it's about just not believing that gambling and or sports betting is a good thing. For others, I've heard that people complaining, well, are the dollars really going to education? I will say the dollars are definitely going to education. This is a Constitution amendment to the Missouri Constitution, and it is very clear and required that the tax revenue will support Missouri education. And I believe our teachers and our funding is somewhere around 48th in the country. So though this is not going to solve that problem on its own, we think it's a meaningful contribution in one of the most important places we could support.
So, Chris, this is informative as it makes it a concise message from someone who's the CEO of a franchise here in Missouri. And I want to make sure I get all of this absolutely correct. And if any of it's incorrect, please let me know. So it's not like the Blues are going to be opening up their own sports book, correct?
We will not be opening up our own sports book. Will there be opportunities to place legalized sports bets in our building or on your phone? Yes.
Okay. All right. But this is more about creating engagement. And I have to tell you, I'm sure some people are like, oh, yeah, whatever. But I have a problem with a business trying to improve its business. I don't know why anybody would. But either way, what you're saying is this is about engagement, and you draw the parallel to fantasy football. And I have to tell you, even if the Blues are making millions and millions more dollars off this, I understand that analogy because there are plenty of people, many of whom in St. Louis, who now hate the NFL, who still pay attention to it only because of fantasy football. And so, by proxy, that creates engagement and interest in the league and people watching games. So that does stand to reason. This does create engagement. So I do follow that logic, and I think it makes all the sense in the world. So I get that, and I'm glad that you laid it out that way, because I think that can make a lot of sense to people.
Well, and just on the sports side, listen, this is not a business where we're doing anything actually, but investing back in our players, trying to do, we come to work every day working towards what we did in 2019, which, by the way, took us 50 some odd years. We're trying to do it a lot quicker. But, the business part of what we do, and we're able to do it because we have more fans. We have more people listening to sports radio. We have more people watching our games. We have more people coming to the building. Our fan base and their involvement and their value to sponsors and others, it's all an ecosystem that is set up specifically for us to win championships and to entertain and give people a place in life where they can get away from the rest of the challenges and conflict, so on and so forth. So I'm sure I'm sure you could tell. For me, again, our job is to listen and understand what everybody feels about the different positions here. But I really do believe that this is a clear one in terms of our motivations and what we believe the benefit to the citizens of Missouri will be.
Final question, and you might not have the answer, so if that's the case, I apologize in advance. If this were to pass on Tuesday, how quickly would it impact the availability inside of Enterprise Center?
That's an excellent question, which I should have when people talk to me about this. I'm just assuming, like many other things that would go into place, that this would happen after the first of the year.
Okay.
The next time I talk to someone, I'm going to have that answer.
All right, there we go.
So I appreciate you asking. Yeah, it's obviously the ballot is filled with, I don't know, what were there, seven or eight state amendments.
Doug, you've already voted. Do you remember how many amendments are?
I think 7. I'm kind of looking at a page, and there's a Proposition A, too, for minimum wage. So
Yeah, and there's some county, there were some county things, but it's, I don't know. I also think, certainly, I've been here now 11 years. They're the most amendments that I think I've ever seen on a state election. So anyway, we hope people will understand and vote yes on 2. I recognize that there are people, there are fans that we value, and we understand there are going to be people on the other side. So I think it's probably a close vote, and but we feel good about where we're going to end up, and we will see.
All right. Well, if you are going to be voting, whether it be today or on Tuesday or any point in between, you've now heard the perspective of St. Louis Blues CEO Chris Zimmerman and why the Blues, amongst other sports franchises throughout Missouri, are in favor of people voting yes on Amendment 2. Chris, thank you so much for the time this morning. Great to get your perspective.
Thank you. I appreciate it, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Take it easy. That's Chris Zimmerman with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Your thoughts. Would love to hear from you. Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. Collier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. And coming up at 10:45, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. James Carlton brings us Gabe DeArmond every Monday and Friday. And James Carlton is my insurance agent. He's online at carltoninsurance.net. His number is 314-961-4800. I personally work with him. I made the switch to him 5.5 years ago, and I am telling you, I would recommend him to anybody, whether I'm on the air or I'm talking with you off the air at a restaurant or we're emailing, DMing, whatever the case might be. Since I made the switch, I have noticed a major difference, not just with the customer service and the attention to detail, but how proactive James' staff is in trying to save his clients money. And isn't that what you want when it's all said and done? Especially when it's something that you're insuring. You're talking about auto, home, and life. These are important things. These are emergencies. You want somebody who has a staff who's all over it immediately. You call 314-961-4800 right now. You're going to talk to somebody in his office in St. Louis. You're not going to be farmed out to a call center. That stuff matters. James could save money and have a smaller staff, but he wants people to know you're going to get the best customer service in town by working with him. That's why he has 394 5-star reviews on Google. His name is James Carlton. He's my insurance agent. He's online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm, 314-961-4800, to go online at carltoninsurance.net. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way at 10:45. Jackson continues with this incredible series of questions known as The Thursday press
Thursday
conference?
questions.
Yeah, press conference Thursday.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Highly creative.
Yep, it is. And BK and Ferrario coming away at 11 o'clock. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen and the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour, 101 ESPN.
Next week, you think?
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Got Blues hockey tonight. Blues heading to Philadelphia to take on the Flyers. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 5 p.m. Puck drop at 6 p.m. We just had Chris Zimmerman, the CEO of the St. Louis Blues, talking Amendment 2. If you want to hear more on that topic, BK and Ferrario have Bill DeWitt III of the St. Louis Cardinals talking about Amendment 2 sports gambling. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back. It's the Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Chairman Kurtz in here ready to take your calls. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up, in about 5 minutes. And this is it. Anybody but Buck Swope wins, they win the month of October.
Yeah,
first
JV golf
ever
coach.
HD1 victor would be JV golf coach.
Yep, correct. Bingo, bango, bongo.
Doug, aren't you feeling lucky to be here today for this moment?
I'm so excited about it, I forget the standings every day when I come in.
That's unfortunate.
I
but
never
I'll
really
remind
think
you.
about it. I never really worry about it.
JV golf coach, 7 wins this month. Buck Swope 6. And the Ghost of Gangster Pete's Hat had a great month, but has been eliminated, finished with 4. So knows that he will finish in third place. A number of listeners with 1 win apiece. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The gentleman or lady who texted in at 9:22 the following. You guys are not very good. Boring. No sports. Just for the record, though, if we're going to try to be truthful, the program had Bernie Federko, Robert Thomas, Keith Tkachuk, and Chris Zimmerman on it.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, boring, no sports. Tim is arrogant. Nobody's disputing that fact. And never gets to the point. I'm going to listen to music until 11 every day. Good luck. 4 hours. Be a lot of suicidal people in the morning. That was sent at 9:22. But at 10:39... fantastic show, Tim, and your producer has done a fabulous job. And just like that, in an hour and 17 minutes, we have a conversion.
Was that Jackson's mother who texted that in?
Brick. Probably.
Could have been.
Yeah, she likes to send a lot of hate mail, but she usually does it through burners. My mom has a lot of burners.
She has dog avatars.
Absolutely rips us.
Yep.
Guys, my only concern with legalizing sports gambling, speaking of the Chris Zimmerman interview in the previous segment, is Jackson Burkett will spend even more of his time and severely limited attention / brain power on the NBA that no one gives an F about.
Oh. Who's that from?
The 314.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Now, why do you say, okay? I mean, there's probably a million people who have 314 phone numbers.
I thought it was going to be Harrison's brother, Master. But the attention is correct. Limited brain power, not the case.
No.
But I do
you
have
like your brain. You got a big old brain in there.
I do have a very limited attention span. So I've noticed like the 3-panel or 4-panel YouTube TV thing can kind of overwhelm me sometimes.
Doug's got the conductor hat on the YouTube channel today. And it's been a real treat, I think, for the audience members to see you in a little costume.
Halloween
cosplay.
Day. Yeah, choo-choo.
Got this text from Chairman Steve in Wildwood. We have 2 chairmen involved with the show. At 10:41, he said, you guys suck. And then at 10:42, he said, you guys are good.
Nice.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Brick by brick. One at a time. We'll take them down, and that's just what we're going to do.
We're not the only ones with ADHD. Some of the listeners say, hate us, they like us. Hate us, like us.
Jackson, please do me a favor, and on a day after the Blues have a huge win versus a division team, lead the Sports Center update off with a meaningless NBA score from 2 bottom feeders. That's from the Vice President of TMA Special Projects, Mario, in Charlotte.
So I'll kind of peek behind the curtain. The first Sports Center update I try to do, as a St. Louis and Blues score, when the Blues are playing next.
Listeners cycle on, they cycle off. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, well, I can't control that. What I can control is that the middle 2 are always going to be hoops related. Just because I don't think people are getting the enough information.
So you're trying to groom people.
I'm trying to speak
do you think
to
he's
those.
a groomer?
I don't know. Could you use as a sports update this story from Sportico, the sports industry news website, that Jason Tatum is leading the group to try to bring a WNBA team to St. Louis? Would that make it on an update?
I could see that. I could definitely see that. Usually I like to give scores, but no, that's a good little piece, a good little nugget.
Okay.
Yeah.
UFL, MLS, WNBA, all within the last 5 years.
Brick by brick.
Here we
I'm
come.
sold on St. Louis.
I'm sold. We've got it all from A to Z. A, the Gateway Arch. B, baseball, beer, and something else. I forget. The song was 40, 50 years ago. I can't remember the lyrics.
Why are you yelling at me?
I don't know. I just thought you said that, and it jolted my memory to that song that was on nonstop long time ago. Catchy little tune. Went from A to Z, Missouri, and what St. Louis has got. And now I don't remember the lyrics.
Jackson, you experienced some disdain from 101 listeners on Balloon Party when you said you would rather have an NBA team than the Blues.
Oh.
Yeah, it happened, Doug.
This station you said
in
that?
this time slot. Let me ask you this. Would you rather have a WNBA team than the Blues? Doug, this is a huge moment in the show's history.
You better not even think about this. You better not even be thinking about this.
Oh, my God. I'm picking up a read.
I'll take the Blues.
Well, that's big of you.
I'll take the Blues.
But you're shaking your eyes.
Because
winking at us.
if you're watching on YouTube, you saw it. Oh, no.
An expansion WNBA team would be of more interest to you than the National Hockey League.
I think I can do better at my job if I'm here and not removed. If I say the opposite, so I'll just say the Blues. I'll give the Blues.
Oh, don't do us any favors. I have been disappointed in you before. Absolutely, I have. On many occasions, never to this extent.
There's no winning for me here because I say...
You said, yeah, I would want the Blues. What are you kidding me? A WNBA team? I want the Blues. There's your answer. I can coach you up on this stuff.
Yeah. Right, but people won't think I'm being genuine.
I don't know on that.
Yeah.
An expansion WNBA team, you'll know zero of the players?
To start, do you know? I don't know. I would know more probably than I know the Blues players.
Beer Cats won our first ever Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month in January of 2023. We were down in Jamaica doing the show, Doug, with friend of the program and Jackson's roommate, Lisa Ann. And you can win the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month today. Just go to tmastl.com. Jackson will get the 4 finalists, and then Doug, Martin, myself, Chairman Kurt. I don't know if you have a vote or not. I never know who's in the papal conclave.
He'll have a vote.
He'll have a vote? All right, we'll vote. So go to tmastl.com because we do it at the end of the month. You can be. But Beer Cat says, I love the hate from the pissed off, sad mouth breathers. And then he goes in caps with an exclamation point. Get a life, you losers!
Oh.
I just felt spit'll come out. I hope I didn't get you.
No, I'm dry. I'm always confused about the insult that someone is a mouth breather. I mean, you have to breathe somehow, right?
It's bad for your jaw. That's what they say.
Jowls?
It's bad for the jawline. They want you to breathe through your nose.
So your lips should be closed all the time.
There are people who wear tape over their mouth when they sleep.
When they sleep.
Is that Ferrario's ball gag that texts in?
It's in the same vein.
Got it. Hey, we got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up to land the plane on the program. I want to tell people about Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies online at evergreenstl.com. The number is 314-889-0503. I've gotten to know Mark Hanna quite well over the last 7 years since he started advertising on my podcast. And I would tell you this. Number one, he knows the industry. But number two, he is a world-class individual. And he just enjoys helping people out. He doesn't have a one-size-fits-all plan for customers. It's case by case. And he will take time to listen to your goals. And everybody's goals are different. And work through them with you. That is his reward in his industry, and he means it. I can tell you that firsthand. 314-889-0503. You call that number and talk with Mark Hanna. You're just going to feel better getting off the phone. I promise you that. He's online at evergreenstl.com. Everybody needs a financial advisor, especially our younger listeners. Get on board now. I'm telling you, when you're in your 40s and 50s, you'll be glad you did. evergreenstl.com. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Croup and Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email today is next on 101 ESPN.
Street. It's Halloween.
All right, Doug, you got it. It's Halloween. You got acoustic sessions, and it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today on TMA on 101 ESPN. Here we go. Anybody other than Buck Swope wins, JV golf coach wins the month.
Okay.
You guys continue making progress with the melting pot of TMA and 101 listeners by starting the show not with the World Series champions, but what is going to have to wait? That is going to have to wait because we first need to get to the attractiveness of Retief Goosen. They are going to hate it when they find themselves laughing about the discussion later in the day, but that is what happens with the program, and it should be embraced. I am voting no on Proposition 2 because things are now, I can count the bets that I would have made if I had driven across the river and ignore the ones I would miss because I didn't actually make them. I am pretty sure that I am hitting about 85% and don't want accountability or tax revenue for Webster Groves. That's from Shooter McGavin, the Vice President of Outdoor Halloween Decoration Rentals, where we have it all. Witches, vampires, CBC kids, mummies, ghosts, cyclists, and vegans.
CBC kids took shrapnel. Shooter McGavin.
I leaned down for the first kiss. The way she brushed her closed lips against mine was almost chaste until Nina dug her fingers in my hair and drew me near. Nina opened her mouth, allowing Liz's tongue to enter. Doug, am I in the filtered file?
No. Who passed that one through?
I think it was Martin.
Martin?
He really wanted this one in.
Are you done, or is there more?
I think it gets a little more graphic as we go, and Tanner asked us to be out at 10:57 because they got Bill with the third on.
Okay.
That's a great interview. That's a great get. I want to listen to that one. Bikini model Brittany, Doug.
Bikini model Brittany.
And let's see, we got Dear Janet, I'm all in. I will quit my job to wait on you day and night. I will sleep at the foot of your bed like an obedient dog. Whatever it takes, I'm yours, Janet, baby. You've got me hypnotized. I want you the way a diabetic dude from Cottleville craves a second helping of gooey butter cake.
What in the world?
I've got 500 pan coins and a 12.3 index on the Grint app. But Janet, I'd trade it all for one night with you, sweetheart. When others criticize, you defend this dying city with vigor. Some people look at the homeless encampment near the deserted Laclede's Landing Metro Link station and see a crumbling hellscape beyond repair. Not Janet. Somehow she sees St. Louis as a thriving, vibrant city that puts Charlotte beaches and mountains to shame. Is that war-torn Ukraine? No, that's a naked guy taking a leak behind an abandoned building on Washington Avenue while two of the St. Louis's oldest crackheads share a toasted ravioli like Lady and the Tramp in a trash-filled alley nearby. Last time I checked, Charlotte doesn't have a standalone Auntie Anne's pretzel shop. And they didn't slay the dragon. North Carolina sports talk shows would never have the balls to hire a listener off the streets who frantically sprints in and out of the studio like Usain Bolt to check if the phones are ringing. Simply put, ruin me, Janet. That's the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
And finally, Sadie Hawkins, Doug, the 5-run lead turned out to be the most dangerous lead in baseball as the Yankees have nothing to hold their heads down about except the fact that they didn't play well and gave away this World Series. And Cleveland, the world's most famous Nepo baby, hit a meaningless garbage time jumper with his team down 20 points with under 3 minutes to play. But I think the lead is that Libby Jack thinks the audience is evenly split 55% liberal and 55% conservative.
That's not what I said.
Right on cue, Libby Jack's conservative man crush is calling in to flirt with him and talk about how much this show sucks. Interesting that Libby Jack needed 48 hours to decide whether or not he was down for anal, but when it comes to letting websites pawn his digital hole, he gives it right up.
That's right.
The show advanced today when a 29-year-old truck driver with a thick southern drawl called in to complain that he doesn't know who the hell y'all are before begging for hamburger coupons that he'll never use. Martin tried to extend an olive branch by offering to send him fries, to which the truck driver deadpanned, before before ultimately declining Martin's offer. But you can send him some of them shits y'all got. Iggy returned to the TMA fan page like Jordan, not wearing the 4-5, but wearing a Speedo. It was a gracious message of positivity, thanking the listeners for their loyalty and kindness and wishing the show the best. Love you, Iggs. I wonder if our geriatric 5'4" friend is going to follow through on his threat to go trick-or-treating tonight. It's Halloween. It's time to hit on your attractive neighbors. It's Halloween. It's time to scare the pants off married women. It's Halloween. It's time to do some landing strip carving. Who are you going to bang on Halloween? That's Buck Swope. And what do we got? The Design Air Heating and Cooling. Go.
I'm going to vote for JV Golf Coach.
I'm going Buck Swope.
Oh, my God.
It's up to you.
I'm going Buck Swope. Buck Swope is forced to one-game playoff tomorrow. It's unbelievable. Time for us to go. They've got Bill DeWitt the third coming up in 15 minutes on BK and Ferrario. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.